Having reached the hour of 5:30, I am calling the August 27th, 2024 Joint City Council and Redevelopment Successor Agency meeting to order and ask the City Clerk to please call the roll.
Council and Agency Member Bavaro.
Present.
Council and Agency Member Williams.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Wright.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Scutia Brayton.
Here.
Vice Mayor and Vice Chair Alvarez.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Ricky.
Here.
Mayor and Chairperson Wallen.
Here. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation from Cindy Marks from Pray Modesto.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here with you. You can hear me okay? Okay, just checking.
Speak right into the microphone, please.
Okay, there we go. All right, thank you. We'll bow our heads. Heavenly Father, I praise you for your goodness to our city and for all the prayers answered this year that have been prayed on behalf of our community for blessings, for wisdom, for our leaders, for healing, for help in time of need, and for creative solutions to problems. I thank you, Father, for your mercy and grace that has been poured out upon us, and I pray that you will continue to guide each one here. You promise that as we seek you, you will be found. You are the mighty God, creator of the heavens and earth, pouring out your love upon us, our families, and our little ones. I bless you, Father, in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Does the City Clerk have any announcements?
Yes, Mayor, just two announcements. Public comment is 3 minutes. There are blue speaker cards at the entrance of the chambers. In addition, written communications were received for item 17 and they were forwarded to the council.
Thank you. Do any of the council members have any conflicts of interest? Seeing none, will the city attorney report out on closed session, please?
Yes, Mayor. The council met this afternoon in closed session to discuss matters related to existing litigation and anticipated litigation. No reportable action was taken.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is acknowledgements and presentations. Item 1 is a proclamation declaring September 8th through 14th as National Suicide Prevention Week. I will read the proclamation. Suicide is a pressing public health concern that profoundly impacts individuals, families, and communities across our nation. In recognizing the importance of mental health and the need for effective suicide prevention strategies, National Suicide Prevention Week provides a critical platform to raise awareness, foster understanding, and promote services aimed at preventing suicide. And the City of Modesto is committed to supporting mental wellness and ensuring that all residents have access to the resources and support they need. And this week will offer a valuable opportunity for us to unite in our efforts to address mental health challenges, reduce stigma, and offer hope to those who may be struggling. And by participating in National Suicide Prevention Week, we emphasize the importance of education, dialogue, and community involvement in bringing awareness to this significant issue. And it is through our collective efforts and compassion that we can create a more informed and supported community, ultimately helping to prevent suicide and save lives. And now, therefore, I, Suze Wallen, Mayor, do hereby proclaim September 8th through 14th, 2024 as National Suicide Prevention Week in the City of Modesto and urge all residents to raise awareness, support each other, and make a positive impact to save lives. Accepting, we have Katie Tregia, board member of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, the Central Valley chapter. Welcome.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mayor Swallen and the
the City Council for this proclamation. And thank you for always supporting our Central Valley chapter. The Out of the Darkness community walks are held in hundreds of communities across the county. Our walk in Modesto will take place this year, September 28th, and we're happy to announce we have a new location of MJC West Campus. These walks are the core of the Out of the Darkness movement, which began in 2004. These events give people the courage to open up about their own connections to the cause and a platform to create a culture that's smart about mental health. Friends, family members, neighbors, and coworkers all walking side by side, supporting each other and walking in the memories of the loved ones they've lost to suicide. To date, we have 231 participants, 43 teams, and have raised $9,145.20. But for me, as everyone on our board, it is not about the money. It's about bringing suicide prevention and mental health awareness to the community. It's important now more than ever for us to stay connected. So if anybody here would like information on the walk or how to form a walk team, go to afsp.org/Modesto and help save lives and bring those affected by suicide, bring hope to those affected by suicide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please stay, and we'll be down to give you the proclamation. Are there any council members that would like to give remarks at this time? I really appreciate you being here. I know that I've shared this before, but I spent 42 years as an emergency room nurse. So I had the opportunity to help and care for many, many people that were struggling at the most vulnerable times in their lives. And the work that you do is profound and has such a great impact on our community, and I appreciate your efforts. So I will now bring the proclamation down and present it to you. Oh, excuse me, Jeremiah. Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I was there last year along with the mayor, and of course, everyone in the community supporting those who have lost individuals due to this darkness is very much of a help to those who have to deal with that year in and year out. So I would implore any and everyone who can go on the 28th to MJC. It was at Grisada last year, and it was quite well done. I don't even like to say it was well done, but the fact of the matter is any support that we as a community can give to those who are facing this situation, it would be the right thing to do. So I would hope to see as many as possible on the 28th of September at MJC, which is a Saturday. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I do have flyers here, too, that I can leave in the galley for anybody that would like them.
All right, thank you very much. I will now bring the proclamation down and present it.
Okay. Nice and loose. Thank you. I'll see you on the 28th. Yes. Thank you so much.
Excuse me. Next on the agenda is public comments. As noted on the agenda, public comment will only be in person. Zoom will still be available for viewing and wordly translation. Thank you all for being here tonight. The City of Modesto Council meetings are a place where everyone is encouraged to listen, share views, and participate in the decision-making process that benefits our community. Your engagement is valuable, and it helps our council and city staff collaborate on finding solutions that enhance the quality of life for the residents of Modesto. To be fair and equitable, every individual has the right to speak at this council meeting. However, it is imperative that we foster and maintain a respectful environment for the well-being and safety for everyone present at these proceedings. It is the mayor's responsibility to preserve strict order and decorum at all council meetings. Pursuant to the Charter of the City of Modesto, Article 6, the Mayor, Section 601, Powers and Duties of Mayor. The mayor shall have the authority to preserve order at all council meetings and to remove or cause the removal of any person from any meeting of the council for disorderly conduct, to enforce the rules of the council, and to determine the order of business under the rules of the council. Accordingly, the city council meeting decorum rules are as follows. Please be respectful of all presenters, council members, staff, and members of the public. Please refrain from clapping other than following a presentation. All speakers are encouraged to state their name and city of residence. All questions must be directed to the mayor. Please do not block the view of others by holding signs up during council meetings. Time limits for public comment is 3 minutes, but may be limited at the discretion of the mayor to manage the business of the council. Speaking over others or interrupting while others have the floor is not permitted. Cell phones should be turned off or shall be set to vibrate during meetings. Thank you for your patience and participation as we work together to address the issues impacting the community. Maintaining order and decorum during the city council meeting is crucial in the effective governance of Modesto and ensuring the council's decisions are reflective of the community's priorities. Anyone disrupting the council meeting may be asked to leave. Does anyone wish to speak on any item under public comment? This is for items not on the council agenda, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Anyone wishing to address the city council is asked to follow the rules of decorum. The rules of decorum are posted at the entrance of the chambers. So for items for public comment this evening, I will read them in the order they're received. First is Francis O'Brien. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Francis O'Brien. I'm from Modesto, and I live out in Floridaville. And about 21 years ago, we had a big project. You know what that is? That's the Kaiser medical facility. And Kaiser came to Floridaville, and they said, we want to build a hospital. We want to keep it 3 stories. It's going to be low-key. There won't be an emergency room. And they wooed us, and we kind of said, okay. Next thing you know, it's just full-on medical campus with helipad and 5-story buildings and everything. So this last few months, they've started a new project, and their construction hours are supposed to be from 7 to 9, Monday through Friday, and 9 to 9, Saturdays and Sundays. So last Saturday, I got the nice alarm clock waking up to steel beams being pounded on and everything at 6 o'clock in the morning on Saturday morning. Kaiser kind of wooed this city council. None of you guys were here. And they said this was going to be a $200 million economic impact to the community. And I don't think they've come back to have a review since 2011. They're supposed to come in and give you guys a review every March 31st, I think, under the plan agreement. So I think we need to have another review because they said they were going to build this hospital, and as soon as they started building the hospital, they bought a hospital in Manteca, they bought a hospital in Stockton, and they kind of just said, we got this thing going here in Modesto, we'll just slow play that thing. and we're not going to make that investment. And they haven't made the investment, and now they're slowly doing it. I think this is they're supposed to have 5 buildings, and this is the 3rd one that they're building. They also, snuck in underneath the guise of a hospital, $400,000 square foot medical office building. Instead of paying $20.50 a square foot, they paid $6. And that was something that the city gave them. And I think we need to bring them in and say, are you really committed to Modesto? And why have you bought these other operations in other cities instead of concentrating on building the facility that you said? Because if you read that plan agreement, they really put the syrup and frosting on that plan. And I think the city council, at least this city council, because it's been 21 years, you guys need to be up to speed as to what they're doing. And I think it's time for them to come in and explain what they're doing, how many employees. They promised 6,500 employees by now. I don't think it's even close. I don't even think that hospital is even fully operational. They haven't put it into full use yet. So I think it's time to bring them back in for a review. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is David Stevens.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dave Stevens from Modesto. Most of you probably recognize me. I'm here tonight to discuss the denial of actually the council doing anything about the traffic and the ongoing safety issues on my street. And I wanted to recap a couple things. Is one, when we came in here and we asked for something very simple. Slow down or restrict commercial traffic on a block that is 6 houses long so that our children can play in the front yards. It's a very, very simple request. After about 4 months of back and forth, which the only person who met with us was the mayor, and I'd like to thank you for meeting with us. I was very gracious to spend your time with us. Our own council member didn't even meet with us, so. We were told, I believe it was a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, that all of our efforts are for nothing and that it's going to be denied. Which is very, very sad. The reason that was given to us was because the resolution was signed 20 years ago. Well, let's think back about 20 years ago. Nobody who lived in that neighborhood lives there now. The dynamics have totally changed. 2 months ago, I sat here and I watched the council dedicate an entire month to gay pride. That never would have happened 20 years ago. Times change. Resolutions need to change to reflect the dynamics of the neighborhood that they represent. At this time, my neighbors over here, I'd like to apologize for failing you. But above all, this council failed them more than anybody else. You guys literally put your heads up your butt and doing the ostrich thing, hoping nobody gets hurt. It's dangerous, it's foolish, and it will backfire. That's all I have to say.
Right, thank you. Next is Micah Disney.
Much like the gentleman from was talking about Kaiser, 21 years ago, there was a resolution written for our street concerning a commercial development. And he's asking to do the same thing we were here 4 months ago and asked you to do. So we met with the mayor. Again, Councilman Ricky didn't bother to meet with us. Allison met with us. The mayor met with us. So we ended up getting a findings result back. And like I told Allison, nothing that was in, those weren't reasons to deny our request. They were excuses because they weren't reasonable, okay? Nothing that was stated in that email was ever in dispute. You can go back and watch the videos from when I was here before. I said everything that was in those findings that was used as an excuse to deny it, I'm the one who told you about it. Okay, so I looked at the resolution again. It says to stop the gates to be closed during non-business hours to stop drive-through traffic. That gate cannot, Mayor, you've been out there. That gate cannot stop drive-through traffic. It has a pressure plate. I drive through it all the time. When I pull in a big trailer, I don't want to have to do a dangerous turnaround. I just drive through their parking lot. You can't stop it. So I think the resolution was not written the way it was intended, And then what you guys did was you went to the owner of this property who was completely unreasonable. The Modesto Police Department's told you as much. And you asked him to comply, and when he didn't, you just said okay and gave up. I'm being cool right now because the kids are here. I'm super gamed up on First Amendment stuff. I intended to come in here and just light everybody up, right? I liked your speech at the beginning. None of that matters. The First Amendment's the First Amendment. So I may be back when the kids aren't with me. So Allison was great. The mayor, you helped us out quite a bit, and I appreciate that. Don't send me a denial. Don't tell me that you can't keep these kids on the street safe. Tell them they're right there. You tell them. Why did I have to go tell them? I think you guys thought that me and Dave came here because we were just neighbors who just didn't want a business at the end of the street, and we were making a big deal about it, being fussy, bad neighbors. That's not it. Me and Dave weren't here representing me and Dave. Me and Dave were here representing all those little kids right there. So don't tell me you can't do anything, because I know you can. There has to be a system in place to fix resolutions like what he's asking you. There has to be a way to do it. Don't tell me you can't do it. But if you're going to do that, don't tell me. Tell them. They're all right here. So that's all I got to say.
All right, next is Carson Disney.
Hello, my name is Carson Disney. I'm 16 years old, and I'm another one of the residents of Water Street here in Modesto. My father has spoken about the situation, which he just did several times before, and I'd like to give a perspective on what it's like dealing with the situation. For the last 4 years of living on Water Street, I've walked everywhere. I walked to school, I walked to my jiu-jitsu gym, I walked to football and wrestling practice, and I've walked some of the busiest roads in Modesto. Scenic, Briggsmore, Orangeburg, Coffee, McHenry, whatever you can think of. And in those 4 years, I've experienced the most near misses of almost getting hit by a vehicle on my own street. A dead-ended street. Every morning when I walk to school, luckily I can pay attention to the traffic. But I can't speak for my own siblings and my neighbors' small children. Most drivers, if they see me on the street, they'll be able to stop and look and pay attention. But you won't be able to see one of them if they go running out in the street or they go walking across. All I ask is that you take the children of my street into consideration, as my dad just said. And thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Next is Diane Cruzy.
Good evening, Diane Cruzy. I live in Modesto, and I have been here before. This is not on the agenda. The gospel mission, with your help, is ramping up to house more homeless women and children. I don't think it includes men, but it should. It won't even be close to filling the needs in our county and city, but more is great. That I agree. Your help is very necessary, as in money and coordination, with the county. Hopefully, help is not at the expense of the quantity of places that exist, but that appears that they will. At the same time, you, the city and county, help and coordinate is being withdrawn from the SA organization, Salvation Army, in Modesto. You have your reasons, I guess. Trouble is those reasons don't seem to take into account that if SA, Salvation Army organization, reduces their intake in any fashion, that reduces bed and help for the homeless. The whole purpose was to help the homeless. What happened to the purpose? Was lesser beds the goal? Sidewalks and dirt are now in the vogue, because that's all they've got. In 2023, intermediate safe camping was on the ballot, but was rejected because too dangerous and disease-ridden. Later, well houses were rejected for intermediate needs for some of the same reasons, I guess, but I never heard the reasons. 3 CCs Eric, Chris, and Nick in 23 voted yes to safe camping. No one else did, and here we are. The new rules allowing camping, encampment sleeping to be disrupted at a much greater rate because of the Supreme Court begs me to wonder, where do these people go to sleep and eat that they can call safe? All people have to sleep where? In spurts and between moves by the authorities? In jail? You seem to have forgotten these are real people that are called homeless. You also seem to only remember the edicts that said you have to do something. Where is the accomplishment in all of this? You do not know that sleep, do you not know, excuse me, that sleep deprivation is a form of torture as well as not eating very much. I think your jails and the military would agree with me about the torture part. Don't forget that to those of you that didn't vote yes in 2023, because that's when it was, October 20th, by the way, for any form of safe camping are the reasons we are this way. Nowhere for all, thanks for not very much. And it's still happening. I don't understand you guys, because these people are getting rousted whenever somebody finds them where they don't want them, and they still don't have a safe place to sleep or eat. What's wrong with this? It's not very human, is it? Thank you very much for listening.
You're welcome. Next is, excuse me, we will not have clapping other than after presentations. Next is Sebastian Jones.
Good afternoon. My apology, Mayor.
And would you please put 5 minutes on the
Thank you.
Clock? Thank you.
6 minutes. Good afternoon, Mayor, and my fellow City Council. Diane, I appreciate you speaking before the less fortunate. God is good. We must look out. Well, Mayor, I'm here. I was here a couple of weeks ago. I'm standing before you. I'm still trying to clear my name as a community activist about this middle finger and about this youth chastising that I'm a boogeyman. No, I'm a man of business, a man with compassion. And what I see in my great city, I will speak. I have not heard any response that I filed the little investigation. You have enough cameras in this place here, and like I stated, you guys been knowing me a long time. I would never give a middle finger. That's not me. I like to have fun, joy, peace. It may seem like I may be someone else, but you just got to get to know Sebastian. You know, Sebastian is an honorable man. I was raised in church to obey and respect. Sometimes we get out of hand a little bit, but that's okay because of our heart. So I know you're not going to speak on it or let me know, but it's dear to me. It hurts when the public hears things that Sebastian gave a middle finger. That's not true. That's not my standard. And I'm still waiting on the response. You guys had enough time to clear my name. I don't know if I got to go to grand jury or whatever. I got to do something because it's disrespect. Now, we all got love in here. Like I told you a couple of weeks ago, what goes in the people's house is the people's house. You guys been, all of you guys, has been to many functions. How do I act when I'm around you? I don't bring up nothing. I shake your hand, show you love. Y'all know this. But y'all got this spirit now that perhaps come from some one of you guys up there. We know who it is. But just like the guy, I try to bring a speaker every week. But I want to clear my name, Mayor. You know, as almost 30 years, boots on the ground. Everybody know my passion about Dr. King. Yes, I feel we're depriving the citizen that not giving Dr. King his right name. Yes, we have the park after so many years of fighting, getting 8,000 signatures. Yes, that's Mr. Jones. I'm a go-getter. I don't give in. But I want that building changed because it's disrespect to put a man honorable as Dr. King. Dr. Martin Luther King, not King. I done had people spit on me, cut the mic off, turn the music up, everything to deter me. It ain't gonna work. I ran for office. If I could do anything to get Dr. King, I'm running for office now. We need a Dr. Martin Luther King school. I've been talking about that 10 years over there. I don't know how long I've been down here talking about that building because I got to put a statue up before I leave this world. I'm determined. I don't give in. God knows, and the people know. You guys that know me up there, you guys probably go back 15 years. I'm still on the same thing. But Mayor, let's clear my name. And let's get that building on the west side of Modesto spelled out Dr. Martin Luther King. He died for a cause, not just his last name. And one more note. Mr. Eric, when you talk to Perfecto, remember this, there's no secrets. It's coming from a third party, but you guys made a joke out of me. But everything I brought to you was the truth. Please watch your tongue when you're talking, because there's a lot of people that's got love. Peace, be still.
Right, Zephyr Solomon.
Zafir Solomon from Modesto. Good evening, Councilor, Mayor. You know, every time I come in here, talk on behalf of the homeless, and I usually do it for my wife, for them, and there's not much to say anymore because nothing happening. But I have to tell you, today I'm watching the news, and then when I see that the California Senate pass a bill to give up to $150,000 to every person that want to buy a house, illegal person, okay? Illegal person get here $150,000. Now we can't fix homelessness in this state, in this city. I want to tell you, the last 2 months, my wife barely can find the people that she used to help for the last 5 years because they've been harassed by the police. They move them here, they move them there. I know what the Supreme Court passed. I know. But you know, the Supreme Court also didn't say you have to do what you're doing. Supreme Court always give local government, states, local government, gives them the opportunity to use common sense, which doesn't use here. You know, they move them from one corner to another place, you know, and then takes them about 2-3 weeks, then they're going back to the same place. But I want to ask you, where you guys want them to go? You know, now you have to understand, most of those people, they're not like you and me. Mentally, they out. Mentally, a lot of them, you know, the cops give them a ticket. Wow. Like they really care. You know, they can't even afford whatever. You think they're going to go to court to pay it. So they put them in jail. Big deal. We cleared the prison in California from those heavy criminals, but we're going to put on, you know, maybe fix them a place like a jail. Maybe it'd be good for them. Nice place, you know. But I'm telling you, it's disgusting, you know. And I understand you guys want clean streets. You don't want garbage on the streets. You don't want homeless on the street. You know, I had a business in South Modesto for 35 years, okay? Probably one of the worst area in town. If you saw my business, spotless, okay? The main street was clean, the alley was clean, and I was cleaning the front for other business, and the back too for other businesses. My garbage bill was probably 5 times more than average business in Modesto. But you know what? It's up to you to make a difference, up to you to, it's about time to use common sense. When we see government use common sense, and I know it's the easiest way to just power, let's move them out, the Supreme Court said. This is ridiculous. It's about time to use common sense in this town. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, anyone else wishing to come forward to speak under public comment? This is for items not on the agenda.
No, you go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. You know, I have to point out that this mic isn't near as loud for any of the other speakers as yours are that we listen to, but that's okay. Fortunately for me, I can broadcast, okay? It's not a big deal. First of all, I want to thank everybody here. You know, your overwhelming compassion for those children just shown. You look like you had a bad closed meeting earlier. I tell you, you all came in with sour faces. Just telling you from the point of view out here. You know, I feel sorry for those kids. You know, I know it's difficult sometimes to make decisions that go counter to some of our businesses around here, because we know the Holy Grail of Modesto lives across the street at the Chamber of Commerce's office. But we're going to go a different direction tonight. Today on the City Hall, I noticed the City of Modesto boasts glorious weather, low-cost living, and a rich heritage. I think that was up yesterday. Well, you just approved 527 homes with the laughable price of the low fives, or upper fours, I think it actually said. We all know it's going to go closer to 600,000. Then the builder says, well, you know, it's trickle-down housing because we have so many people living in apartments that have the money and the wherewithal to buy into one of those expensive homes. Now, it used to be in the past that every time we had a big development like that, we required low housing, low-cost housing. I'm not talking subsidized. I'm talking apartments. I'm talking whatever. We've got some up there just north of Modesto right now that are already designated for that. They even used a walled-off community. DeMartini went crazy over that. But my question is, do you care? Because you keep authorizing these. Now, the idea that, well, we're going to put away a space and we're going to put some low-cost housing there, we don't need ghettos built. If you're not aware, I can take you over and show you some of the areas the county built. And if you go apply for some of that housing, they'll tell you down at the county, you don't want to live there. That's not safe. Because when you put people together like that, there's issues. And I'm not talking about all the people, but they get taken over by a bad group sometimes. I come from Chicago. We had Cabrini Green. That's where the buses, when they drove past, turned out the lights because they were a target. So the police wouldn't go. Now, I don't want to see Modesto get that way. We've already shown, you know, your predecessors have shown a lack of passion for the homeless. I remember when I stood here and arguing against a camping ordinance. You actually made it illegal for my grandsons and I to spend 2 nights in my backyard in a tent. Well, we'll decide who we're going to give the tickets to. That's how you dealt with it back then, 10, 12 years ago. We need to get back to affordable housing. We don't have enough in this town. We need more apartments, and we need you to require the developers to put them up, and it's on you, because we can't get the job done. Sorry about running over. Thank you very much for the time.
You're welcome. Any other? Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, I will try. I want property, legal property, lines on the alley, and I don't know who to go to, but I've been trying to get this for years. I want the property lines of any property in the alleys from Needham to Alice, and also in the 100 block of Hackberry. I would like to know all the property lines on that whole block. I myself was lucky to have moved in there years ago, and I'm the one that naturally everybody's against because I'm low income. However, I'm finding plenty of people, not just where I live, but in other places, are now building on property lines. I was taught you have to be 5 feet from property line to build any building. And when it is done, and it is done by some people who've got money, this is not right at all. And I would like someone to please find out what is happening. Because, like I said before, it's not just where I live, but it's happening to others. But people with money, lots of them can do things. But anyway, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm wondering, Allison, if you could please give her the appropriate person to talk to about what's happening regarding property lines. Thank you. Any other person that would like to speak under public comment for items that are not on tonight's agenda? All right, next on the agenda is consent items. An item may be removed from consent and discussed at the request of a member of the public or council member. Is there anyone in the council agency that would like a consent item removed for further discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
All right.
I believe it's item 11. Yeah, item 11.
Thank you. Any other council members that would like an item pulled? Seeing none, are there any members of the public that would like an item removed from consent for further discussion or comment? And I've had a request for item 5, 6, 13, 14, and also item 10 to be removed for discussion. Will the city clerk please read the consent items?
Item 2, consider approving the minutes for the August 13th, 2024 council meeting. Item 3, consider approving the minutes for the January 11th, 2022 redevelopment successor agency meeting. Item 4, consider approving final adoption of ordinance 3783 CS, amending Plan Development Zone PD 470 to change the allowable uses to allow certain highway commercial C3 uses for a property located at 1101 North Carpenter Road, APN 081-052-045. Item 5 was removed from consent. Item 6 was removed from consent. Item 7, consider authorizing submittal of a grant application for highway safety improvement, HSIP funds. Item 8, consider accepting an informational report on the May and June 2024 grant applications and awards. Item 9, consider accepting an informational report for the July 2024 accounts payable payment register and void report. Item 10, removed from consent. Item 11 was removed from consent. Item 12, consider approving the plans and specs for the 2024 court lighting project for Davis Community Park and Bayer Community Park, accepting the bid and awarding a construction contract to Floresco Services LLC out of Phoenix, Arizona, an amount not to exceed $113,850. Item 13 was removed from consent. Item 14 was removed from consent. Item 15, consider approving agreements for generator repair and preventative maintenance service with Bay City Electric Works of Livermore, California, and Power Gen Incorporated out of Tracy, California, for a total amount not to exceed $1,214,800 over 5 years. Item 16, consider approving a purchase agreement with West Coast Sand and Gravel Incorporated out of Buena Vista, California, for the purchase of rock, sand, and gravel for a total amount not to exceed $3,920,700 over 5 years.
All right, may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar as read?
Motion.
Motion by Councilmember Williams.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wright. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Council and Agency Member Bavaro.
Yes.
Council and Agency Member Williams.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Wright.
Aye.
Council and Agency Members Gutierrez Brayton.
Aye.
Vice Mayor and Vice Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Ricky.
Aye.
Mayor and Chairperson Wallen.
Aye. Those carry unanimously. So we will go back to item 5. Consider approving a Modesto Forward grant agreement with Valley First Credit Union for 2 revolving loan fund programs, business beautification and business incentives not to exceed $500,000 for each program over 2.5 years. And we will have a staff report. Welcome.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Jessica Hill, Director of Community and Economic Development. Very excited to bring this item forward tonight. In the ARPA tranches of funding, Council approved $500,000 for beautification and also $500,000 for business incentives. What we've been able to do is actually establish a partnership with Valley First Credit Union, who will offer low interest loans that will range from 12 to 60 months at an interest rate that are 5 points below prime with a floor of 2.5% to small business owners, once with a concentration of those in alignment with Stanislaus 2030 to help build their capacity and operating, and the other tranche associated with more of our blight as well as facade improvements. All of the funds, once loaned out to the community and repaid, will go back out recycled to the community for future loans for our business community as well. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much for that report. Any questions from council members? All right, Councilmember Bavaro.
On these loans, we have SBA loans, guaranteed as well as direct to the government. Is this kind of like that kind of program? Is it going to be designed like their program?
So it is going to be similar. Valley First will also be able to ensure that they're providing some technical support, some coaching and financial education, as well as ensure the outreach and promotion of the programs in alignment with our initiatives. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. Jessica, did you indicate the interest rate on that at all?
Yes, the interest rate will be set at 5 points below the prime rate at the time, and the floor is going to be 2.5%. So it'll be a minimum interest rate of 2.5%.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If it's 5% below 8.5, wouldn't that be 3.5?
Correct. But let's say the interest rate at the time is 6. It would only go as low as the 2.5%.
I see. Great. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions from council members regarding consent item 5? All right, I will now ask members of the public to come forward regarding consent item 5.
Emerson Drake again. I didn't remember if I said it the first time. If I didn't, I apologize. Obviously, Chamber of Commerce really likes this, and I gotta believe they pretty much wrote it because that's the way it usually works. And I know you've got that ARPA money sitting, you're burning a hole in your pocket because you only have, a year and a half to a year and 4 months to spend it, or you lose it. But to constantly give it away to the downtown, I don't care if they're business owners or not. I'm not against business owners. Don't misunderstand me. But this seems to be focused downtown. One of the things I found interesting was that there's a $75,000 max they can go. Well, you take that $75,000 to each of the 500, that's 6.6 people could get involved. Now, they could be smaller funds or amounts, I admit it. But I think that's a little bit on the high side because you could have basically 13 people turn around and walk out with all the money. Now, I'm against it in the first place because I don't think they should get loans cheaper than we can get. Now, let's put another $1 million for homeowners or make it $2 million for beautification of our homes so we can get below 5 points below the average. That just, come on, people. I know you're going to vote for it. You always do. You won't fail me again tonight. But I have the questions about the $75,000. I know it's the first loan program. I'm not positive about the second. It has a $75,000 limit too. And they've got up to 5 years to pay, 60 months. See, I read it. I don't know if you did or not, but I did. I just don't think this is viable. We were just at a committee meeting yesterday, and we were seeing all the money you were writing off the books. Well, that's all. No, we're not going to collect that either. I'm going to wonder how much of this we're going to lose. You have to wonder. You'll say they have property, well, let's see. See if they get rid of the property before they sell or complete the loan. We saw this before. I remember Dave Cogdill took the opportunity, not taking no shots whatsoever. It was before he was on the city council, and they redid the facade in front of his building, in front of his business. I see nothing wrong with that, except I really have an issue with such a low cost. If these people are in a good enough financial shape to be able to make the changes they want, they ought to be able to go to First Valley without you saying, here's some cheap money, because that's exactly what you're doing. But no offense, you don't care. Thank you very much for your time. 28 seconds.
You're welcome. Any other members of the public that would like to speak regarding item 5 on consent? Welcome.
I guess I'm nosy, but most of the buildings I see, are we talking about sidewalks and plants? Are we talking buildings on this loan? It doesn't specify anything. It says beautification. That could almost be anything. What is it?
All right, Jessica, would you like to reiterate what you said earlier?
I wasn't listening.
Thank you.
Thanks. So I do want to make one also point of clarification. It is available to all businesses in the city of Modesto, not just those within our downtown area. And the beautification itself is to enhance the aesthetics of the building and the property. So if it's owned by the property owner, they'd be able to utilize these funds to improve part of their property.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment regarding consent item 5? All right, I will close public comments. Any council members that would like to make comments? Councilmember Bavaro.
Thank you, Mayor. I do care. That's why I'm voting yes for it. It is not giving money away. It's low-interest loan. It's going to help those businesses, small businesses, mom-and-pop shops probably, who do not have the capital, the capacity, the collateral, the conditions, or the credit rating to be able to get these type of startup loans or assistant loans, as I would see it. These are people who probably being turned down from SBA on direct loans and guaranteed loans. So I think it's a good use of city money. This is ARPA money. Anytime we can stimulate the economy, as small of it is, it's good for commerce and it's good for the city. But I do care.
Thank you. Councilmember Escudia-Brayton.
Thank you, Mayor. I would believe that most people, if not everyone here, would agree that a small business is the backbone of any economy and the strength of a vibrant economy. And so the fact that the City of Modesto is providing this funding support for small businesses to help reinvigorate our local economy, especially coming out of COVID, I think it's a wonderful thing. And the one aspect of the loan will be for business incentives, which will be specifically provide funding support to operate for operating capital, for machinery and equipment purchases, for acquisition of land and buildings, and building expansion. The other part of it will be to expand beautification, and that will be specifically for blight remediation, facade rehabilitation, or enhancement of the building. So all these things, I believe, contribute to a very enhanced, reinvigorated economy and just a better place to live for Modesto. So I will too be supporting this proposal. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other comments from council members? Seeing none, I have a resolution approving a Modesto Forward Grant Agreement with the Valley First Credit Union to Main Street Business Development Loan Program for a total amount not to exceed $500,000 and authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute the agreement. A resolution approving a Modesto Forward Grant Agreement with the Valley First Credit Union to Main Street Business Beautification for a total amount not to exceed $500,000 and authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute the agreement. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Councilmember Escudia-Brayton, second by Vice Mayor Alvarez. Will the clerk please call the roll for item 5?
Council and Agency Member Bavaro.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Williams.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Wright.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Scutia Brayton.
Aye.
Vice Mayor and Vice Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Ricky.
Aye.
Mayor and Chairperson Zwallen.
Aye, carries unanimously. Item 6, consider approving a will serve letter, an outside service agreement with Sunrise MHC LLC, a California limited liability company, to connect to the City of Modesto's existing water system for the property located at 433 South 7th Street, APM 038-003-015. And we will have a staff report. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Toby Wells. I'm the Director of Engineering Services and the City Engineer here for the City of Modesto. The request this evening for item 6 is an outside service agreement and will serve letter, which allows for the property there at 433 7th Street, which is a Sunrise Mobile Home Park on the corner of Zeph Road and 7th. They are requesting water service from the city. And under that process, their request was submitted many years ago. As you may recall, they've had water quality issues on that site for many years. They've been working with the state of California as well as self-help enterprises to provide water service to that site. After many years, they've secured some funding from the state to be able to get water from the city so they can pay for that water service. The item before you is the agreement that recognizes their request for water and the conditions for that request, one of which is their agreement to annex. They are within the city's sphere of influence, and when time came, they would, under this agreement, they're waiving the any protest for annexation. So at the time come, they will be able to annex the city without any protest. So that's an important component to this request, is providing the water service. The other thing that's important to note on this particular site, it is within the limits of the Industrial Fire District. If you recall, Industrial Fire District is a shared district between the City of Modesto and the City of Ceres, and in this particular area, unfortunately, as recently exposed, the water service is a challenge, and the recent fires identified some of the challenges in this area. So getting water service onto this site will help be able to provide additional fire support services within that area. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you for your remarks. This time, are there any questions from council members regarding consent item 6? Seeing none, I'll open it up to the public. Any members of the public that would like to comment regarding item 6?
Again, Emerson Drake. Since we're jumping back and forth here in time, I would request, Madam Mayor, in the future, that if someone wants to make a comment or one of your staff members would do it and I have time left, that they make it while I'm still up here. Because the Modesto Main Street Business Development Loan Program doesn't sound like it counts every business in the entire city of Modesto. Call it, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. It doesn't sound like it. And I'd just like it addressed when I'm here. Now, to get to this one, you know, I welcome them into the city service. I just hope that they're aware that they're going to be overpaying for their water, because every citizen of Modesto is overpaying for their water. In the past, you had a 3-tiered system, but we don't do that anymore. The state allows for it. I double-checked, but we don't do that. And why does that make a difference? Well, our friends up in Del Rio threatened to sue us. There was litigation involved or potential. I'm not going to try to get into the semantics. But we spent a lot of money up there putting in tanks for them that we shouldn't have had to do. They wouldn't even sell us the property that we wanted because they were determined to sell us another piece. And we're paying that bill. Unfortunately, our friends out in Grayson have the same issue. They've got a serious water problem. But I'm here to tell you that the citizens of Modesto should not be required to put everybody's problems on our shoulders. Madam Mayor, you reminded us that 40% of the people in Modesto live below the poverty line. Should they have to pay for Del Rio's water? Why don't you? I can tell you why. It's being rhetorical. Why don't you do something about it? Because the city manager says it's not easy. I wish I could do the voice impression of the girl from Saturday Night Live. It's hard. I can't do it though. My wife says never do impressions. My point is, you can do it. We have computers. We shouldn't have to pay more. There's a state law that says you can't charge us more than the actual cost for this. But you do it anyway because you have friends. Some of you have friends. When I say I'm talking as a group, I'm not trying to, if I'm going to single an individual out, trust me, you know me from the past, I will say the name. There are those that, like before, that cared. I appreciate that fact. Did not mean to cover everybody up, but it's the majority. It's that 4 votes that always counts. And when you go along to get along, you deserve to be held accountable. That's only fair. Now I'm going to ask you again, motivate yourself, trying to be even nicer than the guy was earlier, and push to have this equity put in for all of Modesto. All of you have people that need that discount, but you're not doing anything about it, and that's wrong. And we know who we hold accountable, City Manager. Thank you very much.
All right, any other members of the public that would like to speak regarding item 6? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Are there any comments from council members? Council Member Ricky.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to tell staff that I appreciate the efforts you're making on this. Adding in the ability to waive that opposition to annexing, I think, is a critical piece. Modesto has a very good water system, and that's why communities like Del Rio and others, want to be part of Grayson, want to be part of our water system. If you want to be part of our water system, that's also a way of saying, like, you want to be part of our services, you want to join our city. And I think it's important that if we're going to offer those services, being part of our city should be part of that contract and part of that deal. And so I'm thankful that we are actually trying to work that through. Because in the past, it's been, give us your water and we're going to stay out. And we're going to thumb our noses at you when you need something. So I appreciate the effort and making our city better. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other council members' comments? All right, I have a resolution approving a will-serve letter and outside service agreement between the City of Modesto and Sunrise MHC LLC, a California limited liability company, to connect to the City of Modesto's existing water system for the property located at 433 South 7th Street, APN 038-003-015, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to sign the will-serve letter and execute the outside service agreement. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Alvarez, second by Councilmember Ricky. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Council and Agency Member Bavaro.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Williams.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Wright.
Aye.
Council and Agency Members Gutierrez Brayton.
Aye.
Vice Mayor and Vice Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Ricky.
Aye.
Mayor and Chairperson Zwallen.
Aye, carries unanimously. Next is item 10, consent item 10. Consider approving the purchase of various fleet addition and replacements for fleet vehicles, which includes 6 police motorcycles, 2 F-250 Super Duty trucks, and 1 John Deere wheel loader in the amount not to exceed $839,849. We will have a staff report. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Deanna Christensen, Director of Finance. So as the mayor mentioned, this is to approve 9 vehicle purchases. One of them is an addition to our current fleet inventory, and the remaining 8 are all fleet replacements in our existing fleet inventory. The 6 police motorcycles, again, are supporting our police patrol area. The F-250 Super Duty trucks are supporting our engineering services related to survey and construction. And then the 1 John Deere wheel loader is addressing the requirements in our public works area to address the SB 1383. All of the 8 replacements are being funded through funds that have already been collected from city departments to address, again, the need for the replacements once they've reached their service life. And then the 1 new addition for the wheeler is being funded through a state grant for 1383 that the city's already received. And then the remaining funds are being funded through our enterprise compost fund. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Any questions from council members regarding item 10? Seeing none, I'll open this item up to the public. Any comments from the public regarding item 10?
Yeah, as I was preparing for tonight, I saw this item on the agenda, and it says you're buying 6 motorcycles from Florida, from a Harley-Davidson dealer in Florida. So I called Mitchell Harley-Davidson over on Carpenter Road, just not too far from here. And he said, yeah, we filled out, they asked us, they got all the specs for us and everything, and then we never heard back from the city. So I don't know if they missed something or it wasn't communicated, but it just seems crazy to me that Florida's already taken our citizens and our businesses and whatnot, that it seems crazy that we're just gonna hand $196,000 plus maybe an additional 15% to Florida. So that's the reason why I put that on the deal. I don't think we should approve this, and we should go back to our local business. The other 2 companies are somewhat local, but I don't think there's a whole lot of heavy equipment dealers in the area. But there is a Ford dealer in Modesto that I don't know if he submitted it or if we go to those people, but it just seems like we should keep it local.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, he's got a point. I think we signed something maybe 2 years, 3 years, jobs in here, in-house, in the city of Modesto. Yes, we do have a Harley-Davidson on Carpenter Road. You guys went 7,000 miles? And then we got to pay for the transport? You guys just bidded on small businesses a minute ago about a loan. He's a small business. Did y'all forget about it? Or maybe it was a buddy-buddy thing or something. I'm with that. I think if we're going to look out for Modestrans, let's look out for them 100%. He has a lot of employees over there. When I was in the funeral escort business, they had a lot of people over there when I was doing escort. And he's local. I didn't go to Sacramento. I deal with my homeboys. I'm going to use that. In-house, in my town. Even if we had to spend a little bit. Because you got to look at the transport, bringing it here. And we're going to knock him out. I mean, I just heard the man speak, and that kind of touched my nerve. And you guys talking about looking out for small business, giving grants and whatever. Well, you just knocked that man out of 6 motorcycles. That's sad. And it's not right. He's a homeboy. He's in town. Let's keep him operating. It's the tax people's money. You mean to tell me we're going to send our money to Florida? Well, what is Florida's giving us? 6 motorcycles and some cash. But what is he doing? He's keeping employees. They probably buying a house, going to McDonald's, going to the restaurant, eating, spending back in the community. We're funding our money back where we live. Now that's sad. Now, Mayor, I don't know how it's going to operate. But my city councilman, let's put them, well, you probably already made a deal already. But ain't no money been exchanged because you ain't prove it. Can we put that on hold and see if Mitchell can maybe match or whatever? I don't know what happened because I wasn't in negotiation. But it sure did put a little in my heart that you guys say one thing and do another thing. Now, y'all know that's not right. We just knocked some money off, what is it, 120,000 or whatever? Well, that fed some families, people that work for them. Let's put that on hold, and let's look out for the peoples in Greater Modesto. Now, you know they're going to be voting for y'all guys. I carry a lot of load of voters that follow me. I'm not joking. Let's put that on hold, Mayor and City Councilman. At least that one, 6 motorcycles. Come on, let's keep that money in this town. Because I'm quite sure his employees are going to a restaurant, going to Walmart, J.C. Penney's. Let's put this on hold. I asked you. Florida's not giving us nothing. They're not spending money at our restaurants. They're laughing at us. Thank you for your time.
Any other members of the public regarding item 10?
Good evening, Mayor, and I know a lot of you guys up here and ladies, and I'm Kevin Scott. Now, some of you remember the Camera Center down on J Street. Now, one of the slogans Modesto always had in their commercials was, "Buy Modesto, support your local business persons." One time the city called me and they wanted to purchase cameras. And I turned to them and I said, well, we can get them through the mail order for cheaper price. That's okay. What happens if something happens to the camera? Where are you going to go? Well, we'll come down and see you. I'm going to charge $50 for every time you come in for the consultant fee. Well, it finally came down to they bought it from me, got all the free service they want. Now, one thing, when Modesto PD came down to Mitchell's, the day that they had their event and they had the new motorcycle down there, Art brought it in. He paid for it to have it brought in so they can try it out. And now you want to slap his face and saying, we're going to go through Florida to buy the motorcycles. And if you have a problem with it, where are you going to turn to? You're going to go to Mitchell's. Mitchell's has a trailer that if anytime the motors need to be fixed, they take the trailer, they'll pick up the bike and bring it back. My recommendation is we buy Modesto. Stay with the slogan. Give it to Mitchell's Harley Davidson. You know they're going to take care of your bikes, and he's going to take very good care of it. He's always been big supporters of the police department and the city. And you're going to slap him in the face with that? He can't. That's impossible to do. Please reconsider and take the funds and send it to Mitchell's because he can use it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other public comments?
Yeah, I don't know much about this bidding business, but the one gentleman said that Mitchell didn't even get didn't ever get an answer. So that does sound kind of strange to me. So I think maybe we should put it on hold. But you got to think about it. If you take away so much business, like six motorcycles, doesn't that sound like much to me, but I'm not in the business. But if I lose too much business, then I'm going to go out of business. And then that means the property taxes is going to go away and whatever else that you're doing. So you're good, and then you might lose that spot. And that means they're going to lose jobs. So it does seem to behoove us to stay in Modesto if possible. And even if it costs a little bit more, you have to remember the property tax, the water, all the rest of it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, when someone applies for a job at the city or the county, sometimes there's a test involved. And it's amazing how many times the people that don't grade the highest on the tests don't get the job. For those, they use the interview. The interview is the difference. That way they got to pick and choose who got it. Now here we've got two criteria that I understand. We've got the low bid, and we've got, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, the responsible bid? Okay. I would like you to tell me, So I'll understand, and so everybody will understand. What does it actually mean by the responsible bid? I don't know that it has anything to do with this, but this is a question that went through my mind as I'm listening today. I remember when we had, a few years back, it could be 10, we were looking for fleet cars, and we went to the local Ford dealership, and we ended up buying it out of Sacramento, I believe, because he wouldn't cut us a deal. He wouldn't give us the price, wouldn't match. Okay. But if we can keep this money local, I think it would behoove us. The last time I saw you throw a bid out, and I probably missed a couple, it was when there was an oil deal going on, and it was buying gasoline for the city. And our local hero got underbid. Well, they threw it out, and then they turned around and changed it. It went from the low bid on the gas to, well, how many outlets do you have that we can fill up? So our local friend got the bid. Now, I'm just hoping that there's not a reason that somebody's thumb's on the scale when it comes to institutional memory's a bad thing, isn't it? Well, not necessarily. I'm just wondering what responsible bid means. So it applies not just to this, but to all the bids you receive. Because that way, when we see this topic come up again, and for some reason we send our money to Florida, that if she asks the question, what have they done for us, or somebody did, they brought us censorship, whether it's reading or it's speaking. And we heard tonight some, at least to me, new rules about what can be said and what can't be said up here. I agree with some, not all. I feel like we ought to have armed guards on either side, so, well, don't agree with that, but escort them out. Now, I've never been taken from the podium, mind you, thank you. But I would like to know what responsible bid means to all of the bids, so we'll all understand. Thank you very much. Can I wait up here, or should I go sit down?
All right, anyone else that would like to speak regarding item 10?
Whoa. I was waiting for an answer, ma'am. I wasn't being...
I plan to ask for that as soon as we've heard from everybody in the public. Any other members of the public regarding item 10? All right. Would you like the opportunity to explain? It mentions the competitive bidding process for this particular item.
No problem. When it comes to the responsible portion of, again, ideally the lowest bid, again, part of what is evaluated is, again, looking to verify that the vendor's response meets the spec requirements that's defined in the city's bid documents, as well as for any new vendors that we engage business with that, again, are deemed as the lowest bid. We do reference review to, again, look at goods and, product delivery from their references that they've identified to, again, ensure the responsibleness of other clients that they've identified on the bid. So hopefully that clarifies it.
Thank you.
Can we speak again?
Any? No.
It ain't fair.
All right. Yes, if someone that hasn't already spoken regarding this item, it's okay.
Hello, my name is Sam Wright. They're made in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. There's no reason to go to Florida. I do not know if someone has a fraternity friend or whatever. If you could buy them directly from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, why would you bother to go an extra 1,000 miles to Florida? I know that they have fewer taxes there, but support local businesses. Help Mitchell's Modesto stay in business so you don't have more boarded up buildings like the Toys R Us and the Orchard Supply Store, or unemployed men leaning up against walls in the middle of the day. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other public comment? All right, I will close public comment regarding item 10. Now we will have council member comments. Council member Ascudia-Brayton.
Thank you, Mayor. Two points. One is I know we articulated some aspect of the RFP, but is it allowable to go into detail of this specific RFP bidding process in terms of how many were submitted, what the amounts were, and that level of detail? And if so, I would encourage us to hear that information. And then my second question is, do these 3 staff recommendations, will they be taken as one motion or can they be taken separately?
We can vote on them all at once, but I will defer to.
You can do it separately.
Okay, or we can do it separately.
How
All
will
right.
that determination be made?
If someone makes a motion to do it, then that's the way we'll do it, if we have a second and majority.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you for.
You're welcome. Yes, would you like to comment?
Sure. So for the specific 6 police motorcycles, what we utilize as part of a bid process is we use what's called cooperative agreements, or what we refer to as piggyback, where again, these cooperative agencies do a national type of procurement to obviously be able to benefit off of the bulk of large volumes of these type of vehicles. And again, a specific public agency is identified that leads the bid, but in essence, it's available and accessible nationwide to utilize. And based on this specific bid, there were a total of 22 bids that were received. And again, based on the lowest price that was identified for that specific vehicle, this specific vendor was identified as the lowest responsible and responsive bid.
Thank you. Councilmember Bavaro.
Thank you, Mayor. Of the 22, was there any local motorcycle shops that bid on this?
Not specifically here in Modesto.
So Mitchell did not submit a bid?
Correct.
Please, not from the audience.
And you cannot go direct to the company that makes the motorcycles. They usually go through a dealership. Am I correct on that?
When we're utilizing these national cooperative agreements, again, the City of Modesto is not facilitating the bid. It's done by the public agency that's facilitating that bid process. So again, if utilizing the example, if we facilitated the bid, then again, if there is a local vendor that does respond, but they're not the lowest bid, in our code, we have the vendor have the option of being able to match the bid if they're 5% within the lowest bid. But because, again, we didn't facilitate this bid, we used the national bid that we piggybacked off of, then in that scenario, we would utilize the lowest price bid from that bid result.
So if I understand you correctly, the local Harley Davidson, Mitchell, I guess is the name, they did not submit the bid. So then we had gone to a dealer that buys in bulk and then able to get a discount.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Did we reach out to Harley Davidson to find out why they didn't submit a bid?
No, I'm not aware that we reached out.
Did they submit a bid but was incomplete?
So again, it was not a bid that City of Modesto facilitated. It was a national cooperative agreement, and they weren't listed as a bid that had submitted for that specific bid requirement.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have one. Oh, Vice Mayor Alvarez. Go ahead.
I was going to make a motion, Mayor, but I'll wait.
Okay, my comment is that I know when the 8 years I served on the school board, we very often made bids that were in cooperation with other school districts nationally to get the best price and situation for everyone. And I noticed this one says that it's from the Sheriff's Association for the police motorcycles, and then the one for the truck centers, the Texas Association of School Boards. So this is my comment is this is a routine procedure that happens with large, even school districts and cities and municipalities to have the most competitive bid. And it is very positive for all agencies involved, to the best of my understanding. Is that a correct assumption?
Correct.
That it's commonly done.
Correct. It's 100% commonly done. Again, there's usually one public agency that's listed, but again, it's a bidding process that's accessible for any public agency. And all of the bids that are, again, utilized under this cooperative agreement are all publicly advertised and, again, comply with City of Modesto's purchasing procedures to ensure that is a public bidding process.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Williams, comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Comment or question. How can a local company Or is there a listing, or is there an activation when there is a need? Are they already on the list? How can they get on a list? Can you answer to that?
There are a variety of different agencies that facilitate these cooperative agreements that 100% they can register. And that way, again, any public agency that facilitates these type of national bids would then be notified when, again, those bids are issued, so that, again, they can be part of that pool based, again, on the results of that bid process.
Where do they go to get this application put in? Is it through the City of Modesto, or is it?
No, some of the cooperative agreements, I don't know the exact website, but again, we're more than happy to publicize that on our purchasing website, but a couple examples would be like Omnia Partners. Again, there's a variety of lists that we can gather, and we're more than happy to put that on our website.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Scooty Brayton.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm sorry to belabor this more, but quickly. Piggybacking on RFPs is a good thing to do. It saves public resources, it expedites the process, it allows us to do the city's work expeditiously and efficiently. You chose to do that in this case. This isn't the first time the City of Modesto buys a motorcycle. So in years past, has our RFP process been a local process where perhaps Mitchell's Harley-Davidson did bid? Do you recall?
Well, I don't recall off memory, but I can follow up with that information.
Well, have we done an RFP for this, for motorcycles in the recent past, just in general?
I would say, just again, thinking about the volume of replacements and additions that we brought before council, again, I don't recall one that's recently done. I think the main priority has been like our interceptors and our trucks that we've been bringing forward. But I would say it's probably been about 3 or 4 years since we've done motorcycles. But again, I can verify that.
And the reason why I ask is I would imagine it hasn't been that long ago, given the lifespan of a motorcycle and it needing to be replaced. So I was wondering why we chose in this circumstance to not just repeat that local RFP process and to go the piggyback approach and attach ourselves to the national bid.
I mean, in looking at the comparable pricing, I mean, that was pretty much the main driver in regards to the pricing as well as the expected delivery of being able to obtain those motorcycles based on the service need that was needed, based again on the replacements that are needed for these motorcycles.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Deanna, are we on a timetable on this, and that we have to approve this tonight in order to get the pricing with the rest of the group, or do we have a little bit of time?
I'm going to actually have Patrick Crawley, who's filling in, I believe, for Bill Sandu to give the state for the fleet specifically.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and
Hi.
Council. Patrick Crowley, Senior Public Works Manager. The impetus for this is that we've had an unfortunate situation where 3 of our motorcycles on the crew were damaged in accidents. So right now we have officers that do not have the ability to serve the community by being out on patrol because their vehicles are no longer in service. The reason that we're going to the Harley-Davidson is because of the state of California air quality is that the motors in the BMWs do not meet the minimum standards for air quality. So we've had to transfer from our previous motorcycles to Harley-Davidson.
So are we on a timetable where we have to make a decision by a certain date, or else we lose out on the group buying?
We would have to go and investigate how long the current bidding for the Harley-Davidson is. It's part of a cooperative agreement that does have a time limit on when the duration of that bid is current.
So we don't have no idea?
I would have
We
to
don't
go
know if it's a
investigate
week,
it.
a day, or a month, or 2 months?
No, so I'd have to go look for it.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to vote on each of the 3 resolutions listed under consent item 10 separately.
All right, I have one more clarification on this. Regarding the motorcycles, one of our number 1 objectives is to address traffic safety in the city of Modesto and to up our patrols. That's something that the residents made abundantly clear when Measure H was voted for. Are these motorcycles connected to the ability of our police department to enforce traffic safety laws?
That is one of their primary functions for the motorcycle team is traffic control.
Which is a top priority for the city of Modesto and for the residents. So I didn't want that to get lost in this, that's the first thing that I thought of, is if this is, this competitive process is routine. It's something that we do multiple times in our council agenda items. And also this, like getting some national competitive bids involved. And the top priority in the city is to save lives because of the need for traffic enforcement. So would this purchase delay the potential for our officers to be out on the streets enforcing the laws so that we have safer streets?
Yes, ma'am, because it's half of 60% of the fleet is available right now for the motorcycles. And so without these 3 vehicles, because they're damaged beyond repair, so we have to replace them. And again, we had no other option besides to go to Harley-Davidson for the fleet because of the state air board. So right now we're down on traffic patrol for our motorcycles that are a lot more mobile and are able to respond where patrol vehicles are not.
Okay, and do you know what the timeline is for when we would receive these? By chance?
I don't expect you to know. Delivery date is.
All right.
We can definitely look and find out an ETA.
Okay, so that would, and maybe our police chief is here. Maybe he can address if this is a direct impact on that particular initiative to bring more officers to our streets for safety. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. So we're in need of motorcycles for sure. It does help our officers more effectively do traffic control. I will say though that if the council did decide to hold off on this tonight, we have patrol cars, we have other avenues for our officers to do traffic enforcement as needed. So if the council feels prudent that we want to pause on this, we do have our traffic officers out there. The motorcycles we do have auxiliary traffic officers. So we will find a way to make sure that traffic enforcement continues in the city of Modesto.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Mayor, I have a question for the chief.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief. So one of my questions is, once we buy the motorcycles, do they come completely equipped, or do we have to send them to a different location and get them equipped for emergency purposes?
Patrick's probably the guy more on that, but typically what we do with our patrol cars, we actually send them to outfitters to get them outfitted with the lights and sirens and all that. I don't know specifically if Harley outfits these comes like this, or if we send them to Lear or one of our outfitters.
Like the chief said, typically we do what's called in the industry upfitting, that we purchase a vehicle and then we have lights, sirens, radios, other things implemented by a third party or in-house staff. These motorcycles are coming upfitted from the Sheriff's Association on the cooperative. So as soon as they arrive, outside of the personal equipment from the officers, they'll be ready to
They'll be ready to roll. So
Yes,
the
sir.
22 that is being purchased includes them getting completely fitted for street use?
6.
Or but the whole amount is 22 for other agencies too, right?
22 people bid.
They bid, yes. That applied
sorry.
for the cooperative agreement.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Bavaro?
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, we don't really know what the time frame for hopping on and getting this discount, which sounds like a discount. So what is the lowest bid? What's the difference between the lowest bid and the next bid to that? And let's say that we lose the opportunity. What is it going to cost the city of Modesto? Rough, in that area.
So on the specific vehicle that was identified, that for this specific one, again, they were identified as the lowest bid. When looking at the other 22 that responded, again, the price can vary. And again, I don't have that specifically with me in regards to what that price variance is. But again, they were deemed based on the results of that specific cooperative agreement as the lowest one. But if we don't move forward with this, again, there's no guarantee on, based on the date of the quote being valid. Again, if we don't move forward, then again, there is a potential that they could increase the price based on, again, whatever the factors are of cost of goods and CPI factors.
And I want to reiterate, the local Harley-Davidson dealer did not submit a bid.
Correct.
So there's no, if we were to postpone this, there's no guarantee that they would submit a bid.
Correct. We can, if we decide we can not move forward with this item and the finance department could proceed with facilitating our own invitation for bids and again, go through the process. And again, I can't guarantee that a bid will be received from the local vendor.
Right, so my concern, I don't want to get into a knee-jerk thing here where I'm thinking I'm going to save money by going to a local dealer who is not going to submit a bid, and then we lose the opportunity to be a piggyback on this lowest bid. So then we have to go out to bid again, and it's going to cost the city more money possibly.
Correct.
And these would come fully equipped, ready to go?
Correct.
From the Florida Sheriff's Association?
Correct.
And we don't know if there was another bid, what the price would be relative to that, as far as getting it equipped later. All right, Council Member Ricky. Oh, the way it went. All right, Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Is there any representative from Mitchell's Harley-Davidson here in attendance tonight? Has there been any communication from anybody?
I called.
Excuse me, we're not going to talk from the audience.
Has there been any
You know what,
communication
Vice
from
Mayor
anybody?
Alvarez, we're not going to start engaging back and forth. No.
Has there been any
No.
communications from
Yeah.
anybody? Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Scudia Brayton?
My last comment is, of course, I support affording local businesses the contracts with city government. You brought up very compelling points, Mayor, and I'm glad that the chief and everyone's comments weighed in for factors for reasons that have been stated by Councilmember Bavaro and others. It does seem like the best way to proceed on this matter right now is to approve it. So that's where I'm going to be leaning.
All right, any other comments from council members at this time? Seeing none, I can do a separate vote, which I will proceed to do a separate vote for each resolution. I don't need a first or a second. We're just going to vote separately. Procedurally, we will vote separately.
Okay.
We will do each resolution separate. So everyone can declare how they want to vote on each one of the resolutions. Thank you.
Does the motion need to be withdrawn?
No, not according to the city attorney.
Okay.
So first, I have a resolution approving the competitive bidding process from Sourcewell to pay Machinery, French California, for the purchase of one John Deere wheel loader for an amount not to exceed $406,110, and authorizing the purchasing manager or her designee to issue the purchase order, and authorizing the purchasing manager or her designee to execute any change orders not to exceed 15% of the total purchase price. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Councilmember Williams.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Scudia Brayton. Will the clerk please call the roll for this first resolution on item 10?
Council and Agency Member Bavaro.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Williams.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Wright.
Aye.
Council and Agency Members Gutierrez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor and Vice Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Ricky.
Aye.
Mayor and Chairperson Zwallen.
Aye, carries unanimously. Next is a resolution approving the competitive bidding process from the Florida Sheriff's Association to Alligator Alley Harley-Davidson, Sunrise, Florida, for the purchase of 6 police motorcycles for an annual amount not to exceed $195,605, and authorizing the purchasing manager or her designee to issue the purchase order, and authorizing the purchasing manager or her designee to execute any change orders not to exceed 15% of the total purchase price. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Bavaro. I will make the second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Council and Agency Member Bavaro.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Williams.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Wright.
Aye.
Council and Agency Members Gutierrez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor and Vice Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Ricky.
Aye.
Mayor and Chairperson Zwallen.
Aye. Carries unanimously. The third resolution, a resolution approving the competitive bidding process from Texas Association of School Boards to Resch Truck Center, Ceres, California, for the purchase of 2 F-250 Super Duty trucks for an amount not to exceed $128,585, and authorizing the purchasing manager or her designee to issue the purchase order, and authorizing the purchasing manager or her designee to execute any change orders not to exceed 15% of the total purchase price. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
All right, a motion by Councilmember Wright,
Second.
second by Councilmember Williams. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Council and Agency Member Bavaro.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Williams.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Wright.
Aye.
Council and Agency Members Gutierrez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor and Vice Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Ricky.
Aye.
Mayor and Chairperson Zwallen.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Next is consent item 11 pulled. Consider approving the plans and specifications for the 2023 Playground Replacement Project, Phase 1, accepting the bid and awarding construction contract to Sierra Play Partners of Ripon, California, in an amount not to exceed $758,533. And we have a staff report. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeremy Rogers. I'm your Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhoods Director. As the Mayor mentioned, this is to award a construction contract to Sierra Play Partners to install 6 playgrounds, one at Lakewood Park, Mildred Perkins Park, Orchard Park, Riverside Park, Aqueduct Park, and City Gate Children's Park. Please note that this is for construction only. We've already purchased the equipment that was approved by council at the February 27th meeting. With that, I'll open it up to any questions that you might have.
All right, questions from council members. Councilmember Ricky.
Sorry.
All right.
I pulled it. I thought you were calling me next. I kind of feel like Sebastian here a little bit because I keep bringing this up, and so I'm just going to keep bringing it up, and maybe it's just a hill I die on, but you know, we've had 29 days this summer over 100 degrees already, and we're continuing to build and design playgrounds that don't have sufficient shade, that are not going to be able to use for our kids. And I just feel like it's not a great way to spend money. It's not good investment in our community if we have playgrounds. And I've got a 6-year-old who loves our playgrounds. Our playgrounds are so important to our community. And it just seems like we're spending money in ways that we're not actually going to get what we need out of it, which is awesome playgrounds. So I appreciate Parks and Rec. I love some of the stuff you guys are doing. Like your dive-in movie, Jeremy, was just like, wow, so special. So you're doing some awesome stuff. I just don't like this. And so I just want to talk about it more. And I really want to make sure that when we're designing this equipment that we're going to get the most out of it, even if it means we maybe have a few less playgrounds that are new right away and we do it over a longer period of time. Thank you.
All right, any other questions from council members regarding item 11? Jeremiah Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Jeremy, what's the possibility, the cost, are there agencies out there that do provide shading for some of these parks play areas. I know that's not something that can be done today, but I'm just asking that maybe we can look into it and then maybe get back with us.
Absolutely. There's a couple options. Number one, you can do a shade over in the entire thing. That's very expensive. Or you can build shade into the play piece where aspects of that play piece are shaded. Every playground manufacturer does offer that option. There's another option to do shade sales, shade sales when some of it is shaded depending on where the sun is. So there are options.
So, but the item today is basically talking about the individual or the company that's going to construct them. So further, the conversation that we're having now is to when we purchase them with shade structures, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Right, any other questions from council members? Seeing none, I will open this item up to the public. Anyone from the public that would like to speak regarding item 11?
As I recall, when we originally voted for these the park areas, there was some comments and some concern because we actually adopted a cookie cutter process. Instead of, we keep hearing from the dais, we want to make Modesto dynamic. We want to make it exceptional. But when it comes to our PlayStation, we're going to snap, cookie cutter, oh, they all look alike, oh, there's another one. And that's what we constantly get. And just like we saw with the very last vote out here, expeditious was the term. Lazy is the actual. You take the easy way out because the city manager keeps saying, oh, it's easy this way. You turned around tonight and voted $1 million for the city to promote Modesto's business community. And you turned around and pulled the carpet out from underneath the Harley Davidson guy. He sent in a bid. He said it wrong. He didn't know you were going national, or however the proper phrase is. He sent something in and was waiting for a response. So let's not act like he didn't care. Let's not say there wasn't another bid, because there was. But yet, to be expeditious, although nobody could tell us a date, our police chief said, we're not going to fall apart without him. We never did hear a delivery date. You keep rubber stamping. You wonder why I use that phrase. Don't any of you think for yourselves? And since it was a unanimous vote, I say any. No offense. If you go along to get along, you bear the responsibility. Now, there's a time and a place for expeditiousness. Maybe Harley couldn't, the local Mitchells couldn't bid. Maybe he couldn't meet that bid. But he'd sent it in to us, and because it's easier to do the national route, he didn't even get a chance to step up to the plate. But you'll loan him money to make up for the losses that you just gave him. And that's an honest statement. Now, I don't know the guy from Adam. But when you say you're supporting Modesto business and won't put it off till at least the next meeting, pretending, oh, we got to have them, lose the bid, we're going to pay more. That's a standard bid. That money's out there. That price is out there. But we're not spending the money locally because you go along with the expeditious way. You go along for the lazy person's way. If we don't take the extra step to help our businesses, you tell me we're supposed to go downtown to spend money, but you won't. You won't hear that out there. They refuse to spend the money locally, to even put it off 2 weeks to find out. And you wonder why people look at you strange. Thank you very much for your time.
Any other public comment regarding item 11?
I love the way Mr. Drake. I wish I can be like him. Keep you on your toes. It's just my voice. Oh, Mr. Drake, I forgot to tell you, they fired me on that building of the bill. The one you fought from me. Well, here we go again. You guys probably pretty much know what I'm finna say. The Dr. Martin Luther King Park. I would like to see some action over there. I don't even know where these parks at. I guess they're on the east and the north side of town. I live on the west side. And I'm trying to get a Dr. King statue. I'm trying to get that name change on that building. His name needs to be spelled out. Now y'all finna spend some money here on other parks. I think Dr. King Park is about 18 years from developing. You guys have been putting it off. Took out the swimming pool about 25 years ago. Yeah, I was there fighting. That's how long Mr. Jones been around. Still fighting. I want to hear something on Dr. Martin Luther King Park. That's my passion. That's my heart. I would like to put that statue so people from San Francisco, San Jose, Sacramento can come to our great city. I like Modesto. I move around this town. Very known. But I still want something done to Martin Luther King Park before y'all do anything to any other park. It seemed like I have seen this other parks like on the east and north side. You guys went over there and just felt real good. I think they got a skateboard place over there on the north side, and it had to be redone over. You guys got on it right quick. But what about Dr. Martin Luther King Park on the west side, where people are crammed up over there trying to live? Because y'all won't build nothing over there. Just like somebody was saying, 400 some houses starting off at 400,000. Now you know by the time they finish, it'll be $600,000. But y'all looking at that tax, I understand. But I think those people on the west and south, Modesto, they paying some tax. Can we start on Dr. Martin Luther King Park? Just like 20-some years ago, and I was there. The park they named Port Street, and they called it Cesar Chavez. I was there. Yes. I've been around a long time. I'm 63 now. I'm gonna keep on speaking. I think I did bring $8.5 million. And I know my little head think you guys may take that $8.5 million and take it to the north and the east. But somebody told me, no, they can't touch that money, Joan. You'll touch it if you need it. It's in your general funds, I believe, or a special place. I just want to make sure Dr. King, Dr. Martin Luther King, start on this part. I see you guys every January the 15th, glorifying it. Ain't nobody brought him no gift. I got the tongue, that's my gift. Keep standing, and keep moving, and keep believing. God knows. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other public comments regarding item 11?
Just a quick question for you. Buyer Park, for the last year and a half, they've been putting in more of a handicap park there. It's been abandoned, and there's been nothing going on, no construction, nothing. I don't know what's delaying it to have it done, but I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, please. Sure,
I had
no
knee
problem.
surgery a few weeks ago, so I'm just
Take
moving
your
a little
take
slow.
your time.
Thank you. So, hi, everybody. My name is Anna Wooten, and I'm a resident of Modesto. I'm here tonight. I agree with what you had to say about the playgrounds. As a mom, my kids were once little. They're now huge. They're way back there. But we used to frequent the parks in Modesto all the time. It was a great source of affordable family fun, right? And they can be accessed all the time. But to consider upgrades or any new facilities that do not provide adequate shade is just a misuse of taxpayer money, and it's completely irresponsible. I've seen some facilities that have just a tiny little portion of shade, and it only provides shade at like 12 noon when the sun is directly overhead and like 3 feet square. How is a child going to go down a slide or access the playground with such a limited area of shade? I mean, that's a potential burn risk and safety hazard that the city needs to consider seriously. So moving forward, doing upgrades or any new facilities, it's got to have adequate shades that extend so that kids can use it all throughout the day. In addition, we're in the Central Valley. We're not on the coast, right? So about 5 to 6 months out of the year, we have very warm temperatures, and unless the playgrounds have adequate shade, kids can't access the facility. So, sorry, I'm not sure if that's all what it's about, but you mentioned it, and I wanted to piggyback on what you said. So, shade for playgrounds, yay! Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? All right, I will close public comment time. Comments from council members. Councilmember Bavaro.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate the ideas that we're getting from the speakers tonight. The only thing that bothers me, though, is when you personalize your comments to the council. When you say we're lazy, you're saying I'm lazy. I challenge you to spend a week with me. You wouldn't make it past day 3, $100 on it. And then on weekends, preparing for the meeting that we have, spending Saturdays and most of Sunday away from our family and reading the material and preparing ourselves. That's not lazy, and I really resent that comment. Pick your words and choose your words to make your points so we can consider them, but when you personalize them like that, it pisses me off.
All right, any other comments from council members? Seeing none, I have a resolution approving the plans and specifications for the 2023 Playground Replacement Phase 1 project, accepting the bid and awarding a construction contract to Sierra Play Partners of Ripon, California, in the amount of $689,575, plus $68,958 in contingency if needed, for a total amount not to exceed $758,533, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute the contract. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Wright.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Scudia-Brayton. Will the clerk please call the roll for this item?
Council and Agency Member Bavaro.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Williams.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Wright.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Scudia-Brayton.
Aye.
Vice Mayor and Vice Chair Alvarez. Council and Agency Member Ricky.
No.
Mayor and Chairperson Wallen.
Aye. The resolution carries 6-1. Next is item 13. Consider approving the City of Modesto Pandemic Recovery Strategy Modesto Forward Grant Agreement between the City of Modesto and the Graffiti USA Classic Car Museum, a nonprofit corporation, for $350,000 in American Rescue Plan Act funding. Could we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's me again, Jeremy Rogers, Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhoods Director. So this item is to allocate $350,000 of ARPA funds to the Graffiti USA Historic Car Museum. These funds will be used for site improvements, materials and construction related to completion of the electrical infrastructure and exterior architectural features. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you guys might have.
All right, questions from council members regarding item 13. Councilmember Bavaro.
I'm sorry, but didn't we already approve this?
So this was approved, we approved the overall ARPA plan. This is each individual contract. So this is to enter into an agreement with the Graffiti Museum.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from council members? Seeing none, we will open this up to the public. Open public comments for item 13.
Emerson Drake again for the defense. I don't mind it when you try to make it personal, but when you try to avoid, and I say you as a group, accountability, I take exception. When you vote for something, you're supporting it. You can't say, no, I didn't. I didn't want to, but I did anyway. That does not count. And when it comes to doing the homework, so to speak, well, I'll go along with that. But I go through the homework of all the committees. I showed up with it just yesterday at the Finance Committee with the homework and had some serious questions to be answered. But tonight, before I came in, I've been looking since Friday because no matter how long it is between meetings, the city manager dumps the agenda on Friday afternoon, usually after 4 o'clock. Makes it difficult to get answers. But that's the way we do business. Why? Because it's expeditious and easy. We're always looking for the easy way out. And I don't care how many people want to deny it, it's obvious. Now, what I found interesting today is we're going to donate another $350,000 to the Good Old Boys Clubhouse. Now, you have people down there that can all afford to do it themselves. They can cut a check, but no, we're going to do it with public money. I have a question. The question is, how much money, other money, have we donated to them since this came up? Not the most recent, but since this became an idea in their minds, because the city manager likes to be, anyway. I want to know how much money we've spent on this. I don't think it's worth money. I don't think it's worth the time of day, to be honest with you. I've seen the kids that go through there. I drove past it on the way here. But what have they done with all the money you've given them so far? Got a parking lot. When are you going to get tired? It just goes to show what I was just talking about. You'll put $1 million out there, but you won't delay a contract that could help a guy that's shot in the arm sell 6 bikes at once. Whoo! And all the accessories that go with it, but you won't do that. But you'll give away $1 million to anybody that wants to apply for a loan. So here, they're not paying taxes down there. It's somebody's idea. Well, it goes with graffiti. Yes, it does. It's an old car museum. And they get them to show up a couple times a year. I got bored of it after a couple of years. My grandsons got bored after a couple of years. But you want to keep spending money and giving away money? Because that ARPA, if we don't give it away, we'll lose it. Well, it's just crazy. And the answer I'd really like is how much public money, ARPA or otherwise, have we donated or given or comped to the Graffiti Car Museum? Because you're going to do it anyway. Thank you very much for your time. But I would like that answer.
I'm going to shut down now. Sebastian Jones. Democracy in the House. This is what I like my council member, when to vote yes and when to vote no. Vote from your heart. Vote from what you think best is for the citizen of this great Modesto. Thank you, Ricky. All council members, I'm not trying to be funny, but you guys going to Domino. I like to see some no's stand up, being that bulldog. But everybody's afraid. No, I'm not. I speak freely. I'm quite sure you know that, out of 20-some years, that if you know me. 350,000. Let me say this. when I was running for mayor, my campaign office was at the Salvation Army on the curb. Yep, because I was there where the people need me. Didn't have no newspaper there, didn't have no reporter, but I was there to let them know. Mr. Drake has a point, but my point is, people need to eat. 350,000. I think we should take care of the less fortunate, wherever the money's coming from first. Was it pandemic money? Maybe the government needs to come in and check you guys out. Because don't forget, we gave maybe 400,000 some years ago when y'all first fired our first African-American audit. But she went back to Atlanta with some good money. She was only here 2.5, 3 months. I don't understand it. What is priority? Priority is love. Make sure people have a roof over their head. Eat. They can't go here. They'll kick them out. No, they can't. I don't care if you give them a free ticket to go there. They gotta go. Let's spend our money wisely. I know you guys gave $1 million to some guy one time. It's all good. But I'm looking out for the less fortunate. It's sad. See, you guys didn't sleep in the park like I did. I did it to see what it'd be like. Put on old baseball cap, old dirty jeans. You know we had the tent camp down there. I fit it right in. You guys didn't do what I do. You have to get in the dirt to feel the dirt. Mr. Jones done a lot of things in his lifetime. Hell, something happened to me, I know they probably have to have 2 churches. Because I stand for the will of the people. That's not a rush there, 350. I know it's a recreation. Yes, I want people to come to Modesto and look at my Martin Luther King statue. Yeah, that's worth it. Because he spoke love. He spoke truth. People getting along. But y'all gonna do it anyway. Y'all gonna vote. But remember, vote from your heart. What's right? I mean, I know you're gonna get some free tickets when you ain't no councilman and, you know, they're gonna remember you gave some money. That's how it works. Well, my time is up. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other public comments regarding this item?
Yeah. Diane Cruzy, Modesto. I got to ask, I have to assume, if you know what happens when you assume, but I have to, that they asked for this money. I'm talking about the car museum. I'm not against car museums whatsoever. I think it's an important thing to remember your history. Yeah. But did they ask for this? That's one of my questions. Did you folks ask them, and do you know for sure that they really need this? Do you have any idea what they're going to use it for? Because we're talking about walls here. Unless they're going under, if they're going to go under and they really need a lot of help, $350,000 is just to hand off to somebody and say, okay, we're donating it because it's pandemic money, and we are going to lose it because it has a time limit, I guess. Yeah. So, but nevertheless, if you're going to give it away, I don't understand why you don't use it for people. And I'm going to harp back on the homeless part because $350,000 could do a lot. Even if you just set up certain areas and paid for the security and to let people camp safely, that would go a long ways to pay. So I applaud you for wanting to help a museum and, like I said, history. But my God, $350,000, and I don't even know, and I don't know if you do either. Did they ask for it? And what are they going to do with it? I repeated my questions again. I hope you know, because that's a lot of money just to hand off and say, gee, do you want this? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Council, Mayor and Council, Kevin McClarty, Modesto. So my basic question about this is, what are they going to give back to the people of Modesto for $350,000? Right now, they're not giving much back to the people of Modesto. So far as I know, they are only open on Saturdays and Sundays with very limited hours, even on those days. They've been spending a lot of money on landscaping lately. I don't know what they've done inside the museum. My understanding is that they only have a few cars, not very many cars at all. So what are they giving back to us as citizens of Modesto for this money, or the money that we've already given them, plus this additional $350,000? Is this money going to go toward landscaping? Is this money going to go toward the building? Is this money going to go toward staff salaries? Is this money going to go toward the acquisition of more cars? What is this money going to go for? But more importantly, what is going to be done in terms of sharing with the public with this money? Are they going to have events? Are they going to be in parades? You know, like our 4th of July parade, are they going to have a float? Are they going to show off some of their cars in the parades? I haven't seen much public outreach from this museum in any public events that we've had lately. And it's like, as one of our earlier viewers or one of our earlier participants stated, it is basically a gentleman's club. Basically, right now, it's like a club, and it's functioning as a club. Maybe that's not what its purpose is, but that's what it's functioning as, because it's only reaching out to a limited number of people. I understand that the cost of admission is prohibitive. They only have a few cars. There's no outreach to the public. And so I want to know if we're going to give them $350,000, what are they going to do with it? And how are they going to share with the public? What are they going to do for us as the citizens of Modesto? What is their outreach to the public going to be? And then finally, I wanted to make a comment about the fact that Modesto has something in common with a town in North Carolina. And that town in North Carolina is the town upon which the Andy Griffith Show is based. And this is the town upon which American Graffiti was based. And that town has managed to capitalize upon that image. It has a hotel and a restaurant and a store and everything based upon that theme. Modesto can do the same thing based upon the American Graffiti theme if Modesto were to be creative. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other comments?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Brent Burnside,
Modestan since 4 years old. I'm 56 years old. I'm the current chairman of the Graffiti Classic Car Museum. So I will want to say the
Brent,
gentleman,
just speak to us.
the gentleman spoke early. I'd be glad to do a personal tour with them. They could get a hold of me. I'll leave a number here. The museum is back open again. And just to share with the council knows, and you do as well, Mayor, we've had over $2 million in goods and services donated. And as I had said, I'm the second chairman, Mr. John Sanders, I took his spot. I said in the beginning, the community will build this. With the city's support, has been great, tremendous. We greatly appreciate it. But as Mr. McClarthy had just ended about this other state and their city and respecting and honoring the classic car, graffiti, Modesto graffiti, that's exactly what we're doing, sir. And the city council is what they want to help make this part of a destination location for Modesto and keep this tradition alive. I'm also part of the North Modesto Kiwanis group that has put on the 25th anniversary of our graffiti festival every June. Our Kiwanis group doesn't get a pay, but we don't get paid. To answer your question about the members down at the museum right now, currently to this day, no one is getting paid. It's all volunteerism. Again, as I would be glad to bring these three up there and show them, and they can learn how maybe they can volunteer and make this the true dream come true. And yes, we have about a $4.5 to $5 million goal still to go, because $350,000, for example, for a sprinkler system for 40,000 square feet. Things are expensive this day and age. We've been blessed. There's a story behind it with the Ling sisters that own that building initially. To just share this with you, they ended up giving us a deal way under value because they wanted to see this building remain and honor the Ling family and make this truly a destination location. So again, thank you. The submittal I do know for the $350,000 was in detail. We went through it 3 times with our contractor, our board, to show what it would go for. FYI, community, the city council knows and the mayor, the George Reed family donated the parking lot, the asphalt, the cement. Burkett's Pool donated the flat work labor. So what you're seeing out there, again, is the community stepping up and making a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments regarding item 13?
Mayor, council, I want to piggyback off of what Mr. Burnside said. As a car enthusiast and member of the car community, the Graffiti Museum does participate in the community. Matter of fact, they have a big participation with the Graffiti Week. They have members out there with booths that are giving out brochures, giving out the schedule of what's going on for Graffiti Week, and also participating with all the different car shows throughout the week. The Graffiti Museum is also involved with providing school reunions for some of the high schools in this area for class of 62. Kind of rehash the memories of those people of that time. So this I do know because I know some of the volunteers down there, and this is the stuff they relay to me. I've gone and participated a couple of times for breakfast with the Kiwanis. They do their meetings down there. I've seen that firsthand myself. I've gone down there and looked at some of their cars just to kind of see what's coming new and up and, you know, what's out there for the hot rods. So I hope you all do vote in favor of giving this money to them because they do need it. And upgrades and California requirements for safety precautions is not cheap. Everybody knows that because I know when I went to do a tour, they had to re-support all the beams within that building. And it was not cheap and it took a while to do it. So I would request that you do pass this bill or pass this for the benefit of the museum and it's for the community because we are losing our culture in this city of Modesto. A&W was a big hub for a lot of us car people to go hang out at. And it had been there for decades. Now it's gone. So at least it's not an empty building that's abandoned like Toys R Us, Orchard, the old U-Haul facility. At least it's being utilized and being used for something positive. There's a lot of negativity, and this is something we look at as a positive thing. So, and they were also very supportive of us when we worked as our group to lift the ban on cruising here in Modesto. They helped facilitate 2 of our cruises to show that we could do it in a civilized way. So we appreciate their support, and we want to support them, the cruising culture in Modesto, and hope that you will vote in support of helping them to further finance what they need to do. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other members of the public regarding this item for comments? All right, our city manager will address some of the questions that came up.
Thank you, Mayor. So to respond to what was this money used for, it's for facade improvements and improving the exterior of the facility. Did I get that right, Jeremy? That's correct. Was it requested? Yes, it was requested in detail as presented by Mr. Burnside. And there are 2 allocations that have been given to the Graffiti Car Museum. The first one was $500,000, and the second one's $350,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments from council members. Chris Ricky.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Brett Burnside for all the work he's done on this museum and all the members of the committee that have helped work on this museum. You know, Graffiti is a movie about Modesto, and it's about our heritage. It's about who we are. And I think it's really important that we've got just residents getting together and making a museum. And this isn't like some ordinary museum. As I said earlier, I've got a 6-year-old. We've been to this museum a bunch of times. And this isn't like an ordinary museum. I mean, an ordinary car museum, all the cars are behind, velvet ropes and stuff. Modesto's Graffiti Museum, they let my kid go and sit inside a lot of the cars, check them out. Time of his life. This is a special place that we're making here. And it's going to be a place that people are going to visit, and we're going to get tourism out of it, and we're going to build on our legacy. It's an important investment for the future of our city, and that's why I think we should invest in it. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Jeremiah Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. And I too want to piggyback on what Mr. Burnside had said, as well as Councilmember Chris Ricky. The whole thing started just a few years ago when about 12 to 14 men said, we need to do something, and they took money out of their own pockets and made this happen on the start. And since that time, the community has stepped up. And I do want to say thank you to Jeff Reed and Margaret Reed for what they have done to not just for the museum, but beautifying 9th Street. Because hopefully in the near future, we can continue to beautify 9th Street. And that's just the beginning of what is going to take place on 9th Street. But not only that, we did meet there, Kiwanis, every morning for about a year. Of course, they had to get into the seismic remodeling it to get it to the point where you can actually have individuals there. And they went through that process with the city and paid those fees to make that happen, as well as the fire suppression system that had to be put up, which was over $400,000 that came out of their pocket. And then also there are celebration of life services that have took place there that I've been to. Even to date, there are about 11 classic cars. You can sell your classic car through them. They have a classic car license to be able to do so. It's a lot that goes on there that makes a lot of difference. Crab feeds. Even there was a couple of relay races that took place that was stationed right there. A lot of other things that were stationed right there. But to top it off, just a couple of years ago, with the 4th of July parade, champions of the 4th. They were the champions of the 4th because of what they have done for the city of Modesto, what they have done with their own blood, sweat, and tears to make this happen, and not to beg for money, not to go into the community and force money out of them. But I think it's wonderful that there were ARPA funds available to help them. They still have to raise another $3.5 million to finish this. And so my plea is out to the community. Maybe you're not a car enthusiast. That's fine. but it's still a part of our community, and it still is a place you can bring your children, bring your grandchildren to look at not one or two cars there. There are several cars there. And this recently they had to remove some cars to get the roof taken care of and things of that nature, which that has been done, and it is now open to the public. And I applaud every one of those men and women who gave of themselves and their finances to make this happen for us, the city of Modesto. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Any other comments from council members regarding item 13? I, too, will support this and would like to make a few remarks regarding our parks. We have over 75 parks in Modesto, and when I drive around, they are utilized, and we can certainly always do better, but it's always great to see so many families and children enjoying them. Our 4th of July parade is another tradition that we have in our city that, thanks to many people here that make that happen every year. The Graffiti Museum is so rich in history and will be another way to add more history of what we've lived, and for so many of us in here that remember cruising and the car culture, my uncle being one of them. The awesome spot that was mentioned tonight, that's at Byer Park. That is started by a family with a special needs child, and what I want to emphasize is that the Graffiti Museum is started by people that are local here, that love Modesto. Same with the awesome spot. Yes, they're desperately in need of funds. If you know of anyone that wants to help, that has special needs children that could benefit from that playground. The Children's Museum was born out of a local couple, and their story is precious. And now we have our own children's museum that is absolutely incredible in downtown Modesto. Our rail station, there's so many particularly important historical items, and this is just one of them. So I will be supporting this. I have a resolution approving the City of Modesto Pandemic Recovery Strategy Modesto Forward Grant Agreement between the City of Modesto and the Graffiti USA Classic Car Museum for $350,000 in American Rescue Plan Act funding, and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the agreement.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Ricky, second by Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Council and Agency Member Bavaro.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Williams.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Wright.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Scutia-Brayton.
Aye.
Vice Mayor and Vice Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Ricky.
Aye.
Mayor and Chairperson Zwallen.
Aye, carries unanimously. We will take a let's say till 8:05, 8-minute break, and then return and discuss consent item 14.
Thank you, Mayor.
will resume the meeting. I was made aware that the person that pulled item 14 received their answers, so we do not need to have a discussion regarding item 14, but I wanted to ask if there are any council members or other members of the public that would like it open for discussion, item 14. All right, seeing none, I have a resolution approving the award of bid and agreement for the landscape maintenance, weed abatement, trash removal, and rodent control services to Grover Landscape Services Incorporated, Modesto, California, for a 2-year agreement with 3 one-year extension options for an annual estimated amount of $187,000 and a total amount not to exceed $1,030,347 over 5 years, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to execute the agreement. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Approved by a motion by Councilmember Wright.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Ricky. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Council and Agency Member Bavaro.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Williams.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Wright.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Scutia Brayton.
Aye.
Vice Mayor and Vice Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Council and Agency Member Ricky.
Aye.
Mayor and Chairperson Dwelly.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Next on the agenda is council comments and reports. Are there any council members that have any comments and reports? Councilmember Scutia Brayton.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we had lots of good stuff on our agenda tonight, and I love the fact that all of it goes towards support, again, a vibrant economy, including the consent item number 5 that provided loans for small businesses. Again, small businesses are the backbone of a vibrant economy, and that's what we all want for Modesto. Also, I'm delighted that we will be voting on the extending a longer negotiation period with the baseball club of Modesto, therefore having the Modesto Nuts be in Thurman Field through 2025. So I'm glad that that's on the agenda. We'll be voting on that. Again, that adds to our economy as well. And not on the agenda, but on the same related subject, last week I attended a opening of a new business in the downtown area, and it's a new Grub Hub. It's not too far from here. It's on the corner of 8th and I Street. And it's a dynamic concept. It's being done by a family. It's a generational business. The parents and all the kids are involved. And it's a great concept. It's a great business model. And again, it's small business supporting a Modesto being a vibrant community. So all good stuff, all that goes towards just making Modesto a great place to live. So that's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just make one comment today because it stands alone. And I want to tell my wife, today is our anniversary, 38 years of marriage. And I know thank you. You're clapping for her, I know, it's okay. 38 years of marriage. We have the best looking kids in town. We have the best looking grandchildren in town. And we couldn't have done it without God in our lives. And I pray that we continue to love one another. Love you, honey. Nancy Williams.
Thank you. Councilmember Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to give a little report of what's going on with our homeless issues. Our downtown street team in the month of July, which about 80 to 90 people participate that are homeless on our downtown street team, picked up 23,521 pounds of trash in our city, streets, and also in 14 of our parks. 3 of our members in the month of July secured permanent housing, and 3 team members were successfully obtained full-time employment. Our Salvation Army Day Center in July served 150 individuals, served them with meals, job training, showers, laundry services, which really helped during the heat wave that we had in July. Our Barbarian Center shelter served 270 individuals for emergency shelter services that includes case management, meals, showers, laundry, and housing navigation services. 1 individual secured permanent housing and 5 individuals were reunited with loved ones with housing. So that's something that we're really thankful for. Safe parking in July had 13 individuals that experienced homelessness, and case management, housing, and navigate services. And also for the Modesto Gospel Mission, safe sleeping in the month of July, the program served a safe sleeping site for 79 women and children and provided additional services such as showers, laundry, housing, navigation, and case management. So we are doing a lot for people that want a hand up. And I just want to thank our Salvation Army, our downtown street team, and also our Modesto Gospel Mission for all the work they do to help the ones in Modesto that really need help and want help. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Chris Rickey.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy anniversary, Jeremiah. Good for you, man. I also want to talk a little bit about homelessness. I want to talk about Downtown Streets team a little bit. I'm especially proud of their housing retention rates. Councilmember Wright wasn't talking about that part, but one of the big problems when you have homeless people that are, you know, coming back and trying to get into housing and transitioning back into housing is that they fall out of their regular housing. And Downtown Streets team has been able to boast 100% retention at 90 days from the people that Councilmember Wright was talking about that they're placing, 94% at 6 months, and 92% at 1 year. And those are really incredible numbers. So what it shows is that this program is training people not just to get off the streets, but to function in society again. And that's what we're investing in. And I'm just really proud of that work. And I just want us to do more of that kind of work. So I'm super pleased with how we're doing on homelessness, and we just have to keep pushing and, like, you know, trying to find more beds for people. I also want to talk a little bit about feral cats tonight. Our feral cat problem has really gotten out of control lately. If you've been like out on Carpenter Road, or if you've been to Winco lately, there's feral cats just everywhere. And I'm looking for a plan for us to address the issue. Some cities create like colonies where they take the cats and they spay and neuter them, and they, you know, have a spot for them to hang out, which is kind of cool. Others have, you know, adoption programs and stuff like that. But I'd like us to have a more organized program, because right now a lot of the times, like, I just don't feel like we have the resources to properly address the issue. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about tree planting. Modesto's done a really good job lately of addressing our forestry challenges. We have over 100,000 trees that the city owns in the city of Modesto that we're taking care of. And the city is really improving in how we're dealing with those trees. But a lot of it is that our trees have lifetimes. I didn't know this, but trees have lifetimes. And so, like, a lot of our trees have hit their lifetimes. We're having to pull them out. And what I'm looking for is a more aggressive plan to replant our urban forest. It's been proven over and over again that having a healthy urban forest improves human health outcomes. And so I'm hopeful that we can be a little more aggressive in our tree planting to keep our, you know, tree city reputation out there alive and really, really doing well. And that's all I have tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from council members at this time? Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to take this moment, since we have a full house here, to remind the public of the rental housing safety program. When I took office in 2022, that was one of the top complaints I had out of my district, is under a substandard rental housing. And so the program aims to ensure the safety and well-being of responsible residents of rental properties throughout the city. And it's a collaborative effort between the city council, tenant advocacy groups, and community stakeholders. And members of the public or residents who are experiencing substandard rental housing, which is pest infestations, mold, slumlords, absentee landlords, and the like, can contact the city, and we can help connect you to the services that will help mitigate those concerns. And in terms of roads, if you've been down the Paradise Corridor lately, you've seen construction underway over the last few months. The city's utilizing a $3.5 million state grant to make parts of Paradise Road easier for people on foot and bicycle. The project covers half a mile between Modesto High and Sheridan Street, along with a few blocks on side streets. Vehicle lanes on Paradise, they're seeing additions, like a couple roundabouts that you may have utilized already, and a median for left turns, overall making this Paradise corridor a little safer. Striping also indicates bike lanes on each side, very visible and very clear. Several crosswalks will also become more visible or have been made more visible. And the worn pavement throughout the project area has been being replaced as well. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other comments? I just have a couple short comments. We had 10 Japanese students that I was able to meet with connected with our Sister Cities program. We have a sister city in Japan, Fukuoka, Kurume, excuse me, it's by Fukuoka, Japan, and they were here, and it was really great to meet with them. There's one person here tonight, I won't call him out, but he was a host for one of the students, and he smiled the whole 45 minutes that we met with the students. They're just incredible, and they love Modesto, and pretty consistently, I asked them what their most noticeable thing was about Modesto, and they said that it's so clean. And then one of them inevitably always says hamburgers every single time, and sure enough, the last young man loves hamburgers in the United States. Usually it's In-N-Out, this time it wasn't. But anyway, it was very great. Then this morning, one other announcement, I was able to drive out to it's not really a concrete canal, but it's a water area in Lathrop by Manteca, and this is where the Lathrop Y will be built, which is the train track that will go over this water so that it will eventually get to Modesto. So this is the next step in bringing the train to Modesto that will connect us with Sacramento and the Bay Area. So that was really exciting to spend time out there with our construction people and engineers. They had to do alternative piping for the water to get around it so they could actually construct in this water structure. It's a massive project, but that will be bringing those tracks to Modesto. So that is very, very exciting. That's it for my comments. Next, does the city manager have any comments or reports? Thank you. Next on the agenda is unfinished business. Item 17, consider approving a First Amendment to the lease agreement with the Baseball Club of Modesto, LLC, to lease John Thurman Field through September 30th, 2025, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to finalize the language of the agreement pursuant to the negotiated terms and execute the amendment. So we will have a staff report now. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Allison Van Gilder, Deputy City Manager. The item before you tonight is in regard to the First Amendment to the lease agreement with Baseball Club of Modesto, LLC, to lease John Thurman Field through September 30th of 2025. By way of background, just to make sure everybody is aware, the city owns the property, stadium, and parking facilities that comprise John Thurman Field located at 601 Nice Drive. On February 27th of 24, by Resolution 2024-052, Council approved an agreement with the Baseball Club of Modesto, LLC, to lease John Thurman Field through September 30th of 2024. The intent of this agreement was to give the parties additional time to enter negotiations for a long-term lease. Additionally, during this period, the parties were unable to reach an agreement on the long-term lease. So subsequent to that, on July 10th of 2024, the parties did announce publicly that a mutual agreement on a long-term lease extension could not be reached. Since then, there have been additional conversations, and the city and the Baseball Club of Modesto have reached a tentative draft lease amendment for a one-year extension to allow the parties to continue negotiations for a long-term lease. In terms of the key deal points of the proposed amendment, we're looking at a term of lease from October 1st, 2024 through September 30th of 2025. With that, the rent The annual rent shall be $600,000. $75,000 of the annual rent will be held by the tenant and used for capital improvements at the facility. Any amount not used for capital improvements shall be paid back to the city. In terms of maintenance and capital improvements, tenant shall be solely responsible for all ongoing repairs and maintenance expenses. Furthermore, in terms of mandated capital improvements, the tenant agrees to fund all improvements to the property which are required by Major League Baseball and any other entity with authority or control over the condition and specifications of the stadiums used for minor league baseball. As part of the long-term lease negotiations, the parties agree that if a new long-term lease agreement for the property is not finalized by April 1st of 2025, unless otherwise agreed in writing, negotiations will end and the tenant shall vacate the property by October 1st of 2025. Furthermore, we've included a proximity clause wherein that the tenant agrees that they, their parent organization, or any other affiliates associated with the tenant will not engage in any other city or entity within Stanislaus County to negotiate the development or redevelopment of a baseball or multi-purpose sports facility during the term of the lease and through December 2026. The tenant agrees to and acknowledges that a breach of this provision will result in a penalty of 50% of the base rent equal to $300,000. In terms of fiscal impact, the revenue received from the tenant fully covers the city's general fund cost associated with operating this stadium. For next steps, the parties are still finalizing all of the details of the amendment, and the proposed resolution, if adopted tonight, will authorize the city manager to finalize the lease amendment subject to the negotiated terms. At this time, staff is recommending through the resolution, they recommend resolution approving a First Amendment to the lease agreement with the Baseball Club of Modesto, LLC, to lease the John Thurman Field facility through September 30th, 2025, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to finalize the language of the amendment pursuant to the negotiated terms and execute the agreement. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your report. At this time, we'll have council member questions of staff. Council member Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Allison, I have a question concerning covering all the charges. No money coming out of the general fund. In years past, how much has the general fund covered?
I'll answer that, Councilmember Wright. So the subsidy has varied wildly over the previous years. Prior to the agreement that we had last year, the city was subsidizing anywhere from $400,000 to $600,000. Last year, in the current agreement that we're in, the subsidy is about $250,000 to $300,000.
And that came out of the general fund?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from council members regarding this item? All right, seeing none, we will have public comment, and I will read the blue cards in the order that I received them. Susan Powers.
Well, good evening, everyone. What a long evening. To the mayor and to the city council. First and foremost, I'd like to say thank you for even having this new lease in front of us tonight and up for discussion. I was very sad to see the fact that we may lose minor league baseball here in Modesto. As a city council, I would like to think that you all, as all of us citizens here, have a huge passion to keep this bit of history and family tradition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game alive here in Modesto. As I was talking to my dad today, who's 83, who was born and raised local farmer, he said, I used to go to that ballpark and I would pay 3 bottle caps and I could go in. And if I flagged foul balls, I could get a hot dog. So in 1946, many of you may know, Modesto had the Reds. They became part of a California league known as the Independent Team. John Thurman Field, which is now home to the Seattle Mariners minor league team, is still providing that good old-fashioned family fun and entertainment. And as a matter of fact, in the past week, over 7,000 attendees have gone out to that ballpark. And anyone in this room probably has a memory of being at that ballpark, whether you were a kid riding your bike or having a baseball camp and being taught by what you thought was a major league baseball player. It was pretty significant as kids playing ball. Maybe you were there for a corporate event, or maybe you were there just on a Saturday night for some fireworks. So tonight, as you guys go ahead and look to approve this new lease agreement, we addressed some of the financing. I'm a little unclear as to, when I do the math, the greater than 400%, it seems, in this new lease agreement. And I would like to think that this ballpark is not a financial burden, but a benefit to our city. As you can tell, I'm a huge proponent to keeping America's pastime right here in our own backyard for my grandchildren to enjoy and their children and so on. I think it's in the best interest of Modesto to be proud to say that we are the home of a minor league baseball team, the Seattle Mariners. And I think it's our duty to do all we can to promote attendance and to support this team. With only 8 cities in California who can say they are proudly home to a minor league baseball team, that's pretty significant and pretty special. I would hate to see Modesto say goodbye, and I think it would be a travesty to let this team go and one of America's pastimes. This is a 78-year history here in Modesto. Let's let City Council and our taxpayers vote on this new lease and keep Major League Baseball here in Modesto. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mateo Cruz. Is it Mateo?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I just wanted to come here to represent not just Modesto, but the entire of Stanislaus County. Modesto nuts have been a big part of not just Modesto, but this entire area. One thing that I do remember as growing up, I don't remember much from my elementary school time, but there's one thing I do remember is the amazing program, the reading program that the Modesto Nuts have. It always brought together so much to this community, and it allowed kids to get off their phones, to open up a book, something that is very rare nowadays, of course, and just learning that this community was going to lose that. It just was heartbreaking to my family, heartbreaking to, I think, everyone, a lot of people here. So I really hope that you guys take this in mind, that there's this program that is very helpful to this community, and I'm thankful for you guys giving us this time to speak on behalf of our kids who, unfortunately, if this doesn't pass, will not get that opportunity to grow up and go to a ballpark, have a free hot dog and running the bases. This is something that they will unfortunately lose if the Modesto Nuts leave. So, and that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. Next is Veronica Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor Zwillen and members of the Modesto City Council. As you know, I'm Veronica Hernandez, General Manager of the Modesto Nuts and resident of Modesto. I'm here to acknowledge and thank the City Council for your leadership, dedication, and support of the Modesto Nuts, and I'm grateful to you and all of your efforts. During my tenure with the Modesto Nuts, I have witnessed the incredible amount of community support that you can clearly see in this room. And I thank all of those who spoke before me and who are going to speak after me. In 2023, we welcomed fans from 294 cities, 38 states, and 8 countries. Our social media presence continues to grow with over 27,000 Facebook likes, 17,000 TikTok followers, 14,000 on Instagram, and 15,000 on Twitter and now X. We have hosted schools, private celebrations, and many community events at John Thurman Field. The Modesto Nuts support many nonprofits in the community with monetary and non-monetary donations. Organizations such as Society for Disabilities, countless Little Leagues, the Stanislaus Latino Chamber of Commerce Scholarship Program, Certain Gold Foundation, and many, many more. The Modesto Nuts considers itself a good citizen and steward of Modesto. In addition to supporting nonprofits, we also support the community through ticket fundraisers. We also partner with local businesses such as Crystal Creamery, where we host our annual Hometown Heroes Night. Love Modesto, where our staff goes out to the community and actively volunteers. US Bank also helps and supports for us to donate tickets to nonprofits every night for those less fortunate to be able to come out and enjoy the ballpark. Of course, we also have Valley First Credit Union, which provides a weekly donation program to support local nonprofits and also gives fans the opportunity for a free ticket. Through this program, a family of 4 can come out to the ballpark to spend less than $40. That's on parking, tickets, and food. The Modesto Nuts are active in the community, specifically noting our educational programs. We work with local organizations to put this all together, but to speak out for one, the reading program. The reading program this year alone has supported over 50 schools, which equates to 30,000 students. And again, I want to mention that's just 2024 alone. The Nuts are proud to have started the health and wellness program and the high school program post-pandemic, when everyone was still struggling to this day. We aim to seek the need of the community and find a way to support no matter the challenge. As we soon draw a close to the 2024 season, I am very grateful to the City of Modesto to renew and commit to the city and minor league ball, and we look forward to a 2025 season. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Pamela Davis-Wright.
Good evening, Mayor Zoylan and council. I have to tell you, it's a secret, but I'm not a baseball fan, but I am a Modesto Nut fan. I love going to the games. I love my fellow fans. I love the staff. I've met amazing people and entered into amazing lifelong friendships with fellow fans. 2 years ago, I actually went into a coma, and the first people at my house were fellow fans. That's the community we have. But the Nuts themselves contribute a lot to the community, to the city, including playing games with special needs children in the spring for all of the fundraisers that bring thousands of dollars for local charities, as well as reading programs that encourage children to read 2 books to get 1 ticket, as many people have mentioned. During May, it was the day that Lakewood School, because I live in Lakewood, was at the park. And I ran into our little 4-year-old neighbor who is in TK. And she came running up to me and she's like, Pam, Pam. And her dad said, tell Pam how you got your ticket. Because I was supposed to get them tickets and I haven't in a while, but that's my problem. She goes, I read 2 books. This is a kid that's a TK 4-year-old. If we can put this much into instilling learning and so much joy into it, the team is worth just it for this, as well as everything else they do for us. It would be a tragedy to lose such a valuable asset in our city. And I ask you, Mayor and Council, please approve the amendment and continue to work with the Mariners and keep our valuable asset in town. And thank you for the work you've already done. Have a great night.
You're welcome. Thank you. Next is Jesse Elliman. Oh, I think I forgot.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Jess Elliman. I've been a fan of the Nuts for probably about the last 35 years. I just want to say, just think of it right now as if you close your eyes and think back when you're a little child with your parents and going to your first ball game, and just the feeling that you had when you walked into the stadium. You know, how important that was then and how important it is now for those young kids that are coming in through the stadium with their parents. It just gives them a great feeling to be there and just see players there that they look forward to seeing. And what I'm trying to get to is the name on that front of the jersey, of the baseball jersey, says Modesto. It's for the city the team plays for in here in the town of Modesto. I myself am speaking for those fans that have shared their thoughts and feelings of if there is no baseball team here in this great city of Modesto. So what we're trying to do is just bring the support from all the communities here, from the Stanislaus County, just that we're just being able to speak all together to keep them here and just to enjoy the time that we're here as fans. The property that we speak of is 601 Nice Drive on the zip code is 95351, currently named John Thurman Field. It was named after California Assemblyman John E. Thurman Jr. that served in the Assembly from 1973 to 1982. He was also a farmer, and was a local man here. And I just want to make sure that we pay tribute to him. And again, I'm going to read a quote from the movie Field of Dreams that was read by James Earl Jones, playing as Terrence Mann. The one constant through all the years, Ray, has been baseball. America has rolled by like an army of steamrollers. It has been erased like a blackboard and rebuilt and erased again. But baseball has marked the time. This field, this game, it's a part of our past. It reminds us of all that was once, was good, and that could be again. I'm just asking you to consider the vote that comes up to continue the lease, and if we could possibly continue the Modesto Nuts Professional Baseball Club to still be here even after 2025. Thank you. Thank you, folks.
You're welcome. Next is Robert Canberra.
Good evening, Mayor Zwollen and City Council members. My name is Robert Kimbara. I lived in Modesto since 1989. And so my time going to games dates back to 1999, although I did go to one game in 1993, and I met a third baseman by the name of Jason Giambi, and I think many of you know who he is. So in 1999 is where my real adventure started. I'm not going to get into a long story, but just that I've made a lot of friends through the ballpark, baseball players passing through Modesto, and my wife. I've been a season ticket holder for approximately 15 years. And what I want to speak about is what the Modesto Nuts mean to me, my family, and the community. We as a community look for a low-cost, affordable family fun. Sorry. For a family of four, other than on Tuesday nights where the tickets are free when you bring 2 items, you could go for about $32, which is very cheap in relation to like Boomers and places like that, or taking them to the movies where they might not be able to go for like less than $50. What do the Modesto Nuts mean to our community? Well, every year the Nuts hold a skills training camp for ages, I believe it's like 8 to 14 approximately. This is a huge hit with the community. I know many people that have gone to this and they tell me nothing but great things. The Modesto Nuts go to Miracle League, which I've met Mayor Zwollen at multiple times, where they buddy up with participants and they enjoy it as well. We did a Bowling with Modesto Nuts event once, and that was very fun too. The Nuts also do jersey auctions that support Society for Disabilities, Habitat for Humanity, and many other community organizations. And what's the importance of keeping our stadium around? Well, my wife and I, we got married there. That was the last event that they did in 2019, before COVID, which our daughter got to go to sing the national anthem for the only event that we did in COVID times. The impact of this place that they make on our families, our friendships we've built with players and staff, it would not be possible in other places. And we've also seen concerts there. I saw Bryan Adams once. That was amazing. They sponsor Girl Scout events where they have sleepovers. They allow them to come watch movies and things like that. So just appreciate if you would take the time to think about keeping us around. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next is Omira Mejia.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I don't have a speech. I'm just going to speak from the heart. I grew up a soccer player. I didn't grow up a baseball player, but I do have a boy. I do have a son, and we've been going to these games at Modesto Nuts since he was a boy, since he was a little kid, and he's a great baseball player now. But we created so many memories. I always saw the field there because I play soccer right next to it, and it has been so much to my family. It was my I have so many memories. I could go on. I could stand here all night. All the stuff we've done at the Modesto Nuts Stadium. Remember my little girl? She was like, I think it might have been like 3 or 4, and we went and a bee stung her, and then the players from the field took care of her, gave her first baseball, sign. It was just an incredible, something that was not positive turned to something something a little bit negative to something very positive. So I just want to say, if it's in your decision making to continue to have Modesto Nuts here with us for many generations, would be great. I hope my great grandkids, get to still enjoy showcases there. My son was in a showcase, and it was like he couldn't sleep for a whole week, thinking of he was going to play at the Modesto Nuts Stadium, and it was a world to him and all his friends that they were able to be in a dugout, play there, feel what it was like to aspire to one day be a professional player, even that motivation to get them up in the morning to train, to do all those things. So I just wanted to share how important it is to my family, to my children, and hopefully for many years we'll come back up here and thank you for making those decisions and trying real hard to keep this great tradition for many generations to come. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Next is Anna Wooten.
Sorry, so I'm setting my place, right? Short, I need to adjust this. Hi, my name is Anna Wooten, and first of all, I just want to say I'm super excited to see so many Modesto Nuts employees and fans here tonight. So thank you, everybody, for taking your time to come out and show support for the team. Sorry, I know I'm not supposed to address you, but I had to. Okay, back to my script. So my name is Anna Wooten, and I'm a resident of Modesto, longtime Modesto Nuts fan, and a mini season pass holder. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of extending the lease at John Thurman Field and developing a long-term plan to keep the Modesto Nuts here forever. I am here with my awesome family tonight. Sorry, they're kind of loud. And we have been attending Modesto Nuts games since my kids could walk. We have enjoyed countless games and made priceless memories at John Thurman Field. My daughter would follow the mascots around, helping them lead the crowd in cheers, while my son kept his mitt ready with hopes of catching a foul ball. My kids have participated in the week-long summer baseball camp, and our Cub Scout pack even attended Scout Night there too. My son's Little League attended a game as a celebration for their end-of-season celebration gathering. We even celebrated my daughter's 9th birthday at a Nuts game. After the games, the kids run the bases, and we can even watch a fireworks show. The thought of that coming to an end is simply heartbreaking and would be a tremendous loss for the community. In addition to serving as affordable family fund, the Modesto Nuts serve as a generous supporter of local schools to motivate and incentivize students to read by offering free tickets when they read books. That's especially close to my heart as a special education teacher, and understand that literacy is a huge need and a key to lifelong success. They host Together Tuesdays and encourage the community to bring non-perishable food items and gently used books and clothes to be donated to local community organizations that help families in need. They recognize and support local heroes such as first responders and military veterans. These are just a few of the ways that the Modesto Nuts give back to improve the quality of life for residents in Modesto. Besides being an outstanding organization, the Modesto Nuts team has great baseball players. They have won 10 championships, and 2 of them were as a Seattle Mariners affiliate. They are currently in the playoffs, by the way, September 12th. Hope to see y'all there. And fun fact, across the United States, there are only 120 minor league baseball teams. 120, which is not a big number. And Modesto is fortunate enough to be one of the cities to have a team. If we let the lease expire and the Modesto Nuts leave, we are losing a priceless part of local history that can never be restored. Minor league baseball has been a part of the fabric of the city of Modesto since 1946, 78 years. I ask you to consider what the city of Modesto wants to be known for: methamphetamine use and car theft, or all-American baseball and good, wholesome, family-friendly fun. Making the necessary facility upgrades is an investment in our city. And I'll just say this, the Seattle Mariners, I'm going to cut it short, they have a ton of money. So if they try to say they don't, that's not accurate. They were the second highest grossing Major League Baseball team in the league. So if they say they don't have the funds, it's untrue. And that's according to a Forbes magazine article. I know that the city can partner with the Nuts, the Mariners, local businesses, and the community to come up with a creative plan to keep the Modesto Nuts at John Thurman Field. The city council should be in the practice of supporting local businesses, not sitting by idly while a treasure of a business like the Modesto Nuts is in jeopardy of leaving. Save our culture, save our local history, keep the Modesto Nuts at John Thurman Field. Thank you for your time and consideration, and go Nuts!
Thanks. All right, next is Sebastian Jones.
All right. Well, I have to speak on this. It's about me and some kids. When I first came here in 1980, I never went to a baseball game or didn't know nothing about it, couldn't afford it probably when we was little. When I came to this town, he took me over there. I swear I thought I was at a real game. I was that kid, but I was a grown man. And I used to go when I got my kids and I was raising my kids here. You know, when you see kids, special African-American kids, that get to play in the front yard, or maybe go down to a broke-down park, take them to that baseball game, they'll think they had the real one like I did. Let me say this. I know I be talking about money being spent here and there. I mentor kids for over 20 years. I don't like that name Nuts. I like the one they had AIDS. But they used to give us tickets. I mean, free ticket, like 20, whatever. We needed to take African American kids. It's beautiful when they think they had the real game like me, to go watch a game right in town. And when you guys was talking about moving on, no, I thought about me. I was like, man, I was that kid. And to have a major team like this is a blessing. We got people coming all over to come to Modesto. That's why we need to get some more restaurants and some houses and stuff so they can know what we in that statue over there. So when they come to Modesto, we got it set, and even the car show. Yes, we want to have things set in place. Don't even think about it, you guys. We got the winery, Frito-Lay and stuff here. And we got a major league baseball team here. Man, we can't lose that. We got to find some money or whatever, how y'all do this negotiation, and keep this team here. Like the lady says, a lot of history, 75 years or whatever they was talking about. But like I'm looking out for the kids. Especially little JJ, when he first went, never been to a baseball game, used to cry and tell me he want to go see baseball. I didn't have to worry about tickets. Somebody knew me, I can get some tickets to get this little kid. His name's JJ. Probably some of you probably remember JJ. He's probably 15 years old now. I mentored him since he was 3. But to see the smile on these kids, and they right in town, they don't have to worry about going way up to Oakland, got to sleep in the car all the way back home, got to go to school the next day. They can go right here, 10 minutes, 20 minutes from their house. I always thought I would like to see us have a new baseball field. Maybe not over there, but somewhere down there. Like Fresno, Stockton. Come on. We may have to cut something here or there, but it's going to pay off. To have this team here is might as well just say it's the heart of this town. I don't care what you guys thinking or whatever. Think this. Keep this team here. It was born here to me. It does a lot for kids. That's unfortunate. Especially when they have free tickets. They didn't mind giving to, I promise they didn't. No, the kid wasn't going to pay for to get in. Let's keep this team. Whatever you got to do, let's do it. Like I said, I wish we can get a new stadium. But that's down the line. Let's seal a deal. Another year, it'll be up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, are there any other members of the public that would like to speak regarding this? All right. I did read the directive at the beginning to please refrain from clapping other than following a presentation. Thank you. Diane?
With all this enthusiasm, I have to put in my 2 cents. I think anything that there's this many people that gets community together of all ages, sizes, and et cetera, especially if it helps kids. And the reading is something else. So if you want to be known to something, about something, the city that is, they're saying that not very many cities have something like this, you ought to be crowing about that. So that's why I'm up here, because I think anything that brings people together like this, you should keep it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to have Zaf next. I'm going to go with the people that I see as you stood. So, welcome.
Good evening again. I just first I agree with everybody, everything that they said over here tonight. I agree with all of them. I remember my kids were lucky. They could go to any game, any team, wherever, whenever they want to go. But there are probably thousands of kids in this town, in this county, that the Modesto Nuts is their way to go see Major League Baseball. And I want to tell you, it's kind of like really sad when you drive over there now. There's no Muni, maybe no baseball, Dryden look the way it look, you know. It's really sad. My kids spent a lot of time when they were young in that area of town. Anyway, what I want to tell you, it's in business, you can negotiate everything and you can agree on everything. It's take two sides. And I can say to the Marlins, I can say, almost 80 years Major League being in town. So think about the people who support you for all those years. And for you guys, I would say, if you just got this 1 year extension, you better don't do it and don't break people's hearts a year from now. And the reason I say it, when I look at the deal, when I see $300,000 for the Mariners actually to get out of this agreement, let me tell you, if you think that you hold them somehow and they're going to negotiate, they probably have places to go if they really want to. And you need on your side to make sure that this organization stay in town. Because they doing not everything, it's about the last penny. And you need to really ask yourself what they mean to this town, to the people of this town. And I tell you one more thing that really bother me. Like I said, I think that people can negotiate agreement with them in a few hours, no problem. But I just have one question I need to know, because we don't really know the fact. You guys didn't tell us anything so far. And I want to know, ask for my question, one question. Did the Mariner ever offer you to pay the $32 million that you guys told us a few weeks ago that you need to invest in that organization? Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, and I'm not sure that we can really answer that question. All right, next would be Kevin McClarty.
Hi, once again, Mayor and Council, and I also want to stand here in support of extending the contract with the Modesto Nuts for one more year. And I want to approach this from a slightly different angle. And I want us to look at it from the angle of all the things that Modesto has lost over the last few years. And I've come up with a list here of some of the things that Modesto has lost in my lifetime anyway. The racetrack on 9th Street. I don't know how many of you, or if any of you remember that, but we used to have a racetrack on 9th Street when I was a little boy. Cow relays. The Tour of California. The 4th of July picnic at Reseda Park after the parade. The YMCA. Airline service. Procter & Gamble, Campbell Soup, and the tracks on 9th Street that could have been used for light rail. Biggest travesty Modesto ever committed, ever in its history, was uprooting those tracks. Now we will never be able to afford to have light rail in this city. But let's look at those travesties and say, are we going to add to that list? Are we going to add the nuts to that list? Or are we going to do the right thing and figure out a way that we can keep them here? Whether that is funding it through the city general fund, okay? If that's not possible, then maybe the city sells bonds, or maybe we encourage private investors to invest money in it. Some of the local businesses that are well-funded, maybe we approach them and we ask them to fund it. But we have a year to brainstorm these ideas, to form committees, to get together and come up with ideas of different things that we can do. That gives us another year to be creative and come up with something, instead of adding to this list of tragedies of things that Modesto has lost. Let's come up with something that Modesto can win. Let's have a winning attitude for a change. Thank you.
All right, we have another gentleman here that is going to approach.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I want to tell you that I'm a pro athlete. I retired as a pro a couple of years ago. I came to Modesto with my parents in 1974. Went to my first not nut game, but to John Thurman Field in 1975. And I know all you have children, and girls or boys, and it's an honor when athletes see these kids come to the fence or in the lobbies and they ask you a question and you honor, like me or anybody like me, we're honored because we sign our autographs just like the Nuts players do. The Nuts are good enough, they have great staff, they answer adult questions. They do things for the public. I see it all the time because I'm one of their favorite fans over there. I go all the time. They honor kindergartners, junior high, high school. And most of all I'm proud of is right here, of veterans. They honor us a lot. A lot of us brothers that go to Palo Alto, Livermore, French Camp, we like going to the ball games. Manager, the staff, they treat us good. And with respect because of the game of baseball. I played ball, and I'm proud of it. But I don't want to see the Nuts be taken away from these kids that I've seen come this whole year. I went on the road with the Nuts to go see them play out of town. The teams that came up here to play us, we take care of their families, their friends, and different people in gas stations, restaurants, hotels. They spend a lot of money in this town, just like my sport. When we go to different towns, they make money. If it's all about money, you're forgetting one thing. That field over there is a landmark. It's just a few years older than me. And I don't want to see John Thurman Field disappear. It means a lot, especially to me. And I appreciate you, Mayor, and you, Council Mayor. Think of the kids, because that's where it starts. They look at everybody like you guys, myself, and the fans out here. And that's what it's all about. So please, give them that chance to keep that field, the landmark, and me especially. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak regarding this item? Item 17. All right. Welcome.
How's everybody doing? Good evening. My name is Esteban Munoz. I'm a Modesto born and raised native. I appreciate everybody for coming, especially the community, because I'm very big in the community, and I believe that's all we have is Modesto. It would suck for the team and organization to leave. As I did some research, the team has been established since the early 1900s, before cars were even invented. The team was very rich in history, where the New York Yankees even scouted and came all the way down to Modesto, because Modesto had a great organization. We don't have much in Modesto, so I believe the baseball organization holds a lot of value and richness, as you guys were stating with Graffiti Nights. I believe Modesto baseball also has the same amount of richness and value. In order for us to go out and have more fun, we usually have to make an hour drive to go to San Francisco or Sacramento to do something. So I believe that having the baseball team is a good outlet for kids. My first baseball game, I was in middle school at Hanshaw, and an after-school program. We got free tickets to come watch the game. The staff is very supportive. I'm actually a worker. I'm an employee there for the merchandise store. Ever since I got the job, everybody has treated me like family. I'm also a local entrepreneur. I have my own clothing business, and they have actually helped me and supported me a lot to be a vendor in the first playoff game. And not only has the staff helped me, but also the players. The players also helped me and have supported me and helped me branch out as well. So I ask that, hopefully we could have another season, and hopefully we could prolong the season and keep the history very rich. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there someone else that wanted? All right.
Hi, City Council. My name's Carlos Verdisco. I live here in Modesto. I usually don't come to City Council meetings. I'm not a good speaker, but this really touched my heart. As a veteran, a local veteran, the Modesto Nuts has a program. I was part of that program where we were recognized. I don't know if you guys understand the concept, but for us veterans, it's hard to be recognized, especially when we feel that we don't deserve it, because there's a lot of veterans that don't come back. But it really made a big impact for me. So the other point that I wanted to touch on is the proximity clause. I think that's very selfish. If you guys are going to put it onto the team, that also the city shouldn't be talking to another organization until, so it should be mutual. It shouldn't just be on them. And the last thing is that if this does move forward, which I hope that you guys do vote that, I believe we're behind the ball. Right. So what's going to happen after this year? What's going to happen 10 years from now? We have to be already talking about the future. So possibly building an ad hoc committee or a committee that can start having conversations about what's in the future, because a year passes by quickly. So those are my comments. I hope that you guys do approve this. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else regarding item 17, unless you've heard what has been said?
Hello, my name is Gabriel Wooten. I'm 12 years old, and till about 2 years ago, I thought baseball was boring, and I understood nothing about it, because for the past 5 years, I was a soccer kid and soccer only. But 2 years ago, I started playing Little League baseball, and I absolutely adored it, and I still to this day, I'm still playing baseball. I'm going to do fall ball, and I have been going to the Modesto Nuts since I was 2 years old, and I would like to continue going there. So please extend this lease so that me, my sister, and other people can enjoy this exquisite gem that we just happen to have right here in Modesto. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Mika Wooten, and I'm 10 years old, and I've been going for I don't even know how long. And I've done the baseball camp. I was afraid of the ball, and then the players stepped up, and they'd roll the ball to me, and they were all so kind. And it'd be a tragedy if it went away. And just, it's a local treasure to Modesto. And yeah, you should really think about keeping it here. Bye.
Thank you. That was really refreshing. I do have to say that.
Good night.
All right. Any other public comment?
I'll be real brief, Mayor and Council. I'll date myself. I don't know if a lot of you remember names as Mark McGuire, Jose Canseco, and Gianni with the Modesto A's. That's how far back I go with coming to the ball game. But I hadn't gone in years until this year. I'm a member of the Stanislaus Latino Chamber of Commerce, and Johnny Garcia called me and says, hey, we're going to be down here at the Modesto Nuts, and we got tickets. You want to come on and participate? So my wife and I went down there. And I hadn't realized how nice the stadium was compared to back in the days when the Modesto A's were here. The seating was nice, the accommodations was a whole lot nicer. So it'd be worthwhile to keep the Nuts here in Modesto, because last week I was watching, I'm sure a lot of you remember the movie Bull Durham with Kevin Costner, and it kind of reminded me that minor league baseball is true baseball. Major league, yes, it's nice, but these young kids, they actually have more one-on-one contact with these players in the minor leagues. And they do have the baseball cards, because the kids of my time had those baseball cards of Jose Canseco, Mark McGuire, when they were in Modesto A's. And those cards are rare. So the kids of today probably have these cards of these future professional league players that are going to be there 2 years from now. So I hope you guys pass this through. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other comments at this moment in time? All right, I will close public comment period, and we will hear from council members. Council Member Bavaro.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be voting yes on this agreement. Modesto is rich with professional baseball history. I'm not going to add any more. I agree with what everybody said. I don't want to repeat a lot of things that have said, other than we also had Nelson Cruz in Modesto. He wore a Modesto jersey, Nick Swisher, Miguel Tejada, Miguel Olivo. I think he still lives in Knights Ferry, if I'm not mistaken, and Ricky Henderson. I have a bobblehead of Ricky Henderson when he played with the A's, him sliding into third base, or second base. I have the bobblehead of him with the Oakland A's sliding in, and I have one with him sliding in with New York Yankees. And no, they're not for sale. Other than that, I will be voting yes on this item. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I totally agree with everything that was said today by each and every one, young and old. However, I'd like to put it this way. I'd like to speak to a point where I am very thrilled to be able to talk about this individual who is the general manager of the Modesto Nuts, who came to this town and became community. Loved this town, did so much for this town, but beyond that, this first female general manager and Latina general manager took it to the next level and won a championship for the city of Modesto. And I am very, very, very proud of her accomplishments. If for no other reason we need to keep the Nuts, it's to keep Veronica. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Next is Councilmember Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I know a month and a half ago when we were negotiating with them, I was disappointed when they walked away from the table. It wasn't us, it was them. And I'm glad that they stepped back to the table to renegotiate with us so that we can bring them back into town. I'm just hoping that they stay instead of moving on. And we're going to do everything in our power to hopefully come to agreement that will work. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Scudia Brayton.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for holding in there. It's been a long night for all of us, and I know that this is truly something that's dear to your heart, and that's why you've hung in there for what will be almost a 4-hour period of time. This is obviously something that's important to our community. It's something that the council has taken to heart and has been very important to us, and we have entered into negotiations and continue to do so with the full transparency to the community and in good faith. We want what is best for Modesto, as all you want as well. So I'm delighted that we are here today to consider the extension for one more year, and I, for one, plan on supporting it. So thank you all.
All right, Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. For those who may not know, John Thurman Field and the Modesto Nuts are located in District 2, my home district, born and raised. And I recall very, very vivid memories of attending Modesto Nuts or Modesto A's games. and then subsequently Modesto Nuts games with my family and my siblings. And the facility and the team are a significant tax generator for not only District 2, but the city at large. District 2 is a historically underserved community, and these tax dollars from ticket sales, merch sales, food sales, go towards maintaining our roads, our parks, and other basic municipal services in and throughout District 2. And as a city of a population of near 220,000, we have an inherent responsibility to provide and sustain a variety of entertainment options for our residents, and minor league baseball enables us to do that. At this point, as my colleagues have mentioned, our priority is to come to the negotiation table with the Mariners in good faith. And so that's where we're at, and that's what we will continue to do.
All right, Councilmember Ricky.
Thanks, Mayor. Vita Blue, was Vita Blue on our Modesto Nuts? I thought he was. No? Maybe not. All right. Well, one thing I'll say, I'm in support of this. I think that it's great having a baseball team in Modesto, and we should definitely keep working on that. But I do want to say that, you know, Modesto's in a relationship with our baseball team. I think it's a symbiotic relationship where both sides can benefit. And I think that Modesto is a long-term relationship. But it's important that relationship it works for both sides and keeps both sides healthy and allows both sides to thrive. And I think that's the foundation of the way that we need to build our relationship. And that's I think what I'm going to be looking for in the future. Thanks, Mayor.
You're welcome. My comment will be that we know that so many of us have such a deep, rich history with John Thurman Field, and some vivid memories, of course, is when many of our children played all-star games there, and have really enjoyed every moment along the way. We also know that this is a situation with Major League Baseball that is not unique to Modesto with the relationship with minor league baseball. And I'm just grateful that we're looking forward to one more year. I want to congratulate the players. I think that that's one group of people that have not been mentioned tonight. These are young people that dedicated their lives to a sport that they love, and were able to be where they are today because of their proficiency and talent. And I'm grateful for the players. So I will be supporting this also. Any other comments from council members? Seeing none, we have a resolution approving a First Amendment to the lease agreement with the Baseball Club of Modesto, LLC, to lease the John Thurman Field facility through September 30th, 2025, and authorizing the city manager or his designee to finalize the language of the amendment pursuant to the negotiated terms and execute the agreement. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Scudia-Brayton. And will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilman Agency Member Pavaro.
Aye.
Councilman Agency Member Williams.
Wait for it. Aye.
Councilman Agency Member Wright. Councilman Agency Member Scudia-Brayton.
Aye.
Vice Mayor and Vice Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Councilman Agency Member Ricky.
Aye.
Mayor and Chairperson Wallen.
Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Next. All right. Next on the agenda is new business, item 18. Consider declaring certain properties owned by the city and successor agency as surplus land, and authorizing the city manager and the executive director of the successor agency to take all actions required to facilitate the sale or lease of such properties through the Surplus Land Act process. And we will wait for a few moments to begin this item. All right, why don't we begin?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Scotty Douglas, Deputy City Manager, and I'm presenting this item regarding declaration of land owned by the city and successor agency as surplus property. I'd like to start with mentioning that staff has performed an in-depth inventory of the city and redevelopment successor agencies' properties, and this is actually quite an effort over the last couple of years. It is the city and successor agencies' fiduciary responsibility also to keep strict inventory of their respective properties and determining the best use in the service of the community. The first step in determining the best use of the properties is following inventory is for the city council and the successor agency to declare the properties that are underutilized and or those properties that can be of better use to the public as surplus properties. For the properties that should be deemed surplus, the next step is to commence the process of conveyance. Next, I'd like to cover just a little bit about the Surplus Land Act. Once the properties are deemed as surplus property by the city council or successor agency, the corresponding agency is required to follow the process under the Surplus Land Act. According to the process, the property must first be offered to affordable housing developers through a designated process prior to selling or leasing the land or engaging in negotiations to dispose of the land. This would follow a request for proposal process where the developer would be required to provide at least 25% as affordable housing unless the land is declared as exempt. I also like to note that there are some exemptions, such as those properties that are under 1/2 of an acre, those that are properties that are exchanged for public use, and others that are listed here. So I'm not going to go through every single one of these lines here, but what this does is it demonstrates this is the list of the City of Modesto properties. I'm going to flip over here really quick. This is the successor agency properties. But taking a look at the list of property for the City of Modesto, you'll notice that several of these are abandoned well sites, tank sites, and others. There are a couple of large properties here. I just wanted to note that there may be some existing use that we would want to retain, but in order to proceed with the process of dispositioning any other portions of that large parcel, this would be necessary. Next is a redevelopment successor agency list of surplus properties. You have one there, and that's the Modesto Center Plaza, and this has been actually on the list of properties to decide in the recent past. Regarding fiscal impact, there's no current fiscal impact. Taking this action tonight won't result in immediate impact. However, any future conveyance would sale would return to the City Council or successor agency board for approval at a later date. So in summary, declaring the list of properties as surplus for both the City of Modesto and the redevelopment agency is not the sale of any properties. Instead, staff is presenting these lists as potential properties that would be considered for conveyance. So the next step, if approved by you as council and successor agency board, the city manager would begin the process of conveyance following the Surplus Land Act to facilitate the sale or lease of the properties provided. And with that, there are two recommendations that are recommended here, one for the city council action and one for the successor agency action, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions of staff regarding item 18 from council? Seeing none, any comments from the public regarding this item?
That's one of the biggest reasons I'm still here. All this surplus land that you're talking about, because I know even the county has some. Their last meeting, they had something similar to this. I don't have to do with surplus land. But I'm back to my same subject. You have tiny houses that don't have any place to go. You don't have safe camping.
Excuse me, Diane, can you please wait for just a moment?
Sure.
All right. I wanted to make sure that we could hear you.
I'd
All
speak
right,
louder.
go ahead.
Well, like I said, I hope you keep in mind that you still have a lot of people. Homeless do not even have, the beds are all full, guys. And even after you fill up the gospel mission, they're still going to be all full. And so you have all those people out there that you're still rousting, and that's why I want you to start looking at some of these properties if you're going to do this. Because if it's surplus, those people out there are not surplus. So thank you. That's the reason. Take care and have a good evening.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Once again, so I have a few questions about the surplus land. Is this land that is in the city of Modesto, or is any of it outside of the city of Modesto? And if it is, if some of this land is outside of the city of Modesto, would it have to be annexed by the city before the city could sell this land? And then what would be involved in that? That brings back memories of what we went through when our previous mayor was mayor, and we were discussing the possibility of annexing portions of Salida. And so I don't know if this is land that is in the city limits or outside of the city limits, and if it's subject to annexation. Then also I'd like to know, could any of this land be used as an airport? Because I understand that we are landlocked with our current airport. Okay, if we're landlocked with our current airport, and that's why we cannot extend the runway to accommodate the larger aircraft, and that's why we can't have airline service, then could we possibly build an airport with an extended runway on any of the surplus land? Okay, so then if we possibly could do that, then do we really want to sell that land? And do we really want to put houses on it? Because if we do that, then we are precluding the possibility of someday having another airport, or of someday having airline service in Modesto. Because apparently we can't have it with the airport we have now. So, you know, I'm trying to look at the future, not just 1 year from now, not just 18 months from now, but really looking at the future. So, these are questions that I have, and I'm hoping that, you know, we can take a look at these possibilities. I mean, if there's enough land for an airport and the city owns this land, maybe we ought to look at that possibility. And maybe the current airport could be used as an airport for private planes, or or maybe airline flight schools for beginning pilots or something like that. And then this other airport could be an airport that can accommodate airlines. So, I mean, could the land be used for that? Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other comments from the public regarding item 18? All right, Scotty, if you want to address the questions, if it's in Modesto, if it could be annexed, and is there enough land for an airport?
Thank you. So I believe most all of these properties are within the city limits. I would have to probably go and individually look at some of these well sites that are really postage stamp size. I mean, they're very, very small. As far as annexation, that wouldn't be necessary. The next is regarding any land that's sizable enough to house an airport. I would say no. There are no properties listed here that would be that large.
All right, thank you. Any other members of the public regarding item 18? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Any comments from council members regarding this item? Seeing none, I have two resolutions. I have a resolution declaring specified city-owned properties as surplus land, authorizing the city manager to determine which properties may be declared exempt surplus land and authorizing the city manager to negotiate for the conveyance of such properties in accordance with the Surplus Land Act.
Motion to approve?
Motion by Councilmember Wright. Second by Councilmember Williams. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilman Agency Member Bavaro.
Aye.
Councilman Agency Member Williams.
Aye.
Councilman Agency Member Wright.
Aye.
Councilman Agency Members Gutierrez Brayton.
Aye.
Vice Mayor and Vice Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Councilman Agency Member Ricky. Mayor and Chairperson Wallen.
Aye, carries unanimously. A resolution declaring specified successor agency-owned properties as surplus land, authorizing the executive director of the successor agency to determine which properties may be declared exempt surplus land, and authorizing the executive director of the successor agency to negotiate for the conveyance of such properties in accordance with the Surplus Land Act. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion
Second.
by Councilmember Williams and a second by Councilmember Wright. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilman Agency Member Bavaro.
Aye.
Councilman Agency Member Williams.
Aye.
Councilman Agency Member Wright.
Aye.
Councilman Agency Members Gutierrez Brayton.
Aye.
Vice Mayor and Vice Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Councilman Agency Member Ricky.
Aye.
Mayor and Chairperson Wallen.
Aye, carries unanimously. Are there any matters too late for the agenda? Seeing none, I'm calling this meeting of the Joint City Council and Redevelopment Successor Agency to be adjourned.